Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
I hope I open your eyes to the dimension of life. Life as a holistic life of your soul, which is part of the structure of the universe, not life as part of the physicality, which is part of the structure of this planet. And then we understand what the next step be if we are not prejudiced, if we are not misguided, if we are not narrow-minded, just to keep to understand what is here and leave the rest to my soul when I'm gone. Then you find out you have a lot to learn to get to that point. I hope, as usual, I open another door, a crack in the wall, that it brings down all the misguided understanding of the past, and you become to enlighten yourself. If you listen, which is beautiful every time I hear it, to the disclaimer of every teaching, embedded in it, in the word of it, in the ethos of it, it keeps on telling you, this is individual cases. It's your job to investigate independently, to peer review if what they did suits me, if it's correct to me. It's not just for your illness, it's for the illness of your mind, your understanding of your own world of creation. And then you understand, even each intro gives you what I call independently, you decide. Does this fit me? Do I understand it where I missed? And does it go according to my intelligence? This is why we never have a peer review, because in the word of the disclaimer, it's your job to investigate to your understanding, and it befits you.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for March 30th, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork, and along with each and every one of the participants who are here. We encourage interaction. We know it creates plasmas and many other things. But again, Mr. Keshe says how beautiful the disclaimer is, where it's your responsibility to probe, investigate, and understand this knowledge for yourself. Otherwise, you'll be relying on intermediaries from here to, can we say, kingdom come? But anyway, it's a very beautiful time within the Keshe Foundation. We've heard many, many beautiful things in the last number of workshops. I don't know how much of it we've completely understood, but we're being guided and directed in a beautiful way to enter this universe in a way on that dimension of energy, perhaps the C14 line, and bring and embed this emotion, this oddity, again, surprising the creator into the dimension of creation of the creation, as I understand it. So again, we always thought there was something special about the emotions. And now we know a little bit more that even these emotions that were created here because of the amino acids and the tilt has actually, in a way, touched the creator in a way that was different from the rest of the creation. So as he said in the past, the double hemispheric brain of the man is not common throughout the universe. In other words, it's not unique, but yet at the same time, it's not common. So, and I don't know if that is all part of this emotions and the rest of this, but we're going to share this emotions and help other civilizations apparently start to play more with emotions, even though many that have visited here are quite impressed or delighted by seeing emotions. And they take this emotion and sort of bring it into their own civilizations in a way. I don't know how that whole process works, but these emotions, again, this is an oddity, but all the created things have this possibility of starting to work more with the emotions, where you decide, as we heard in the disclaimer, what's right for me, even challenging the creator, as I understand it. So we have so much more to find out about ourselves and the creation and the rest. But we're going step by step, and we certainly have a beautiful professor, manager, universal teacher to guide mankind into this process. And of course, one of the problems of taking man into space is this still the killing and the destroying of other entities, which has to be taken out in a way. He compared it to those thorns on the rose. When he gives it to the lover, he breaks off all the thorns that no one will get pricked or punched by these sort of sharp things, which I'm sure all of us have. I actually did the yesterday. I was just picking up some papers that had blown around the yard, and I had to reach in and to this thorn bush, and sure enough, it just about drew blood. I thought it would, but it didn't, and I was being ever so careful. So these thorns, this killing, has to be, in a way, taken out of the man, that he can then interact beautifully with the universal community. And of course, we have something we call the World Peace Treaty, if I can just bring that up here. And we're all familiar with it. This is a document that the world leaders will sign, the world religious leaders will sign, and many other people will sign, not necessarily with the pen. He's trying to move us away from this matter state dimension, even though we have to understand it more and more thoroughly, I think, but into this dimension of energy. And as Alex has always said, you don't have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul. So this is our World Peace Treaty. It, in a way, starts us off on this calmness and peacefulness and so on and so forth. And so many things have been delivered about practicing our abilities to give and receive energies. The apple, I think, is part of understanding this Magrav condition. But the World Peace Treaty is something, again, that this planet, and it's unfortunate to hear and unsettling in a way that there's going to be another last hurrah, and man wants to show his ability to kill and destroy, but the Keshe Foundation will arise out of the ashes of this situation, whether it happens or not. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? It's very simple, but yet very profound, just like our creation and just like the understanding the process of creation. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? This is part of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. And of course, there's many other parts of the ethos, but the idea of not trying to harm, the idea of serving the others, to be there to help, and so on and so forth. I'll read it. The World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, as a body or as a soul. Simply put your name, signature, date, position on behalf of the nation, on behalf of the territory, on behalf of the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. Yes, we've often heard that the expression, I made the man in the image of myself, but now we understand I've made the entire creation in the image of myself. So everywhere we go, we're looking at the Creator in a way disguised perhaps in some physicality or perhaps disguised in the energy dimension, but it's all from one single ray, which interacted, which divided, which created the entire creation. So this is why we need to be quite careful where we step and what we say and what we do and what we speak, because I think this is part of a peaceful nature. Again, the thinking good, the speaking good, and the acting good. This is the ethos of Mitra, and this is the ethos, I think, that will bring across the universe. And again, without emotions, can they actually offend in this way? But the emotions is almost like, to me, adding a new dimension to this creation process. And the Creator is willing to bring man into the universe and show the universe that this is where the creation the emotion in a way originated. And again, this is something we've never understood. I thought the language of the universe is emotion, but maybe some beings have not incorporated it. It appears that many have not, although the Creator was touched by it. And now this is the time when Mitra, or the dimension of physicality, is going to get touched in a way by the Creator. Anyone would like to add anything to the World Peace Treaty? Or how do you see it? Again, we're just reconfirming our ethos about being a peaceful creature, and we know that the Creator doesn't destroy any of its creation to exist. And this is part of our issue of being brought into space. Apparently, we've got to redefine in a way or change some of the things that we've been practicing on this planet that most of us never thought of as killing, meaning the other beings that we always thought were there for us to take and enjoy and nourish ourselves, never giving a real thought that this is another entity that really doesn't want to be taken out of its structure, but we never understood. And now we're starting to understand. And of course, there's systems, as we've seen. And it's beautiful to hear Mr. Keshe in the last workshop made a proposition, I think he called it, to the Chinese military and to the Musk organization about putting a feeding system on satellites. And of course, if that doesn't work, he said we will be able to embed this into the music, into the movies, into many things that you use, And of course, you'll be fed without you knowing. And I was always wondering, this is one of the first things Mr. Keshe, of course, proposed to the world governments when he, years and years ago, when he said, I can show the people on this planet how to feed themselves and generate their own power. And of course, they were, the foundation was rebuffed, and the world leaders didn't want mankind to have this sort of knowledge. They wanted it for themselves, but not for the nationals. So again, if a 1-year-old child's mother does not have enough food in the home, do you think that child is going to have to learn and practice how to absorb and give energies? Absolutely not. These things will be provided. It's not something, I believe, you don't have to learn it. And it'll be provided to everyone. And as he said, we'll feed the world in this method. You won't be hungry, but you won't perhaps realize why in the initial stages of it. But this is not something I think you'll have to practice. Now, you still want to practice giving and taking because this is the part of the universe. This is the way you operate on the energy dimension. But apparently, the energies that will be provided through these systems that are put on satellites or embedded into music will just be absorbed naturally. You won't even realize you're absorbing it, but this is a gift from the creator in a way, and it'll move us away from this dimension of killing, which I never understood until the Keshe Foundation. I never respected any tomato or any other plants or things. I thought people were actually out of their mind in a way, thinking that these were people. Of course, we heard this in India where many cows walk around and people are still starving, but they don't eat the cow. And I said, how ridiculous. So I've come to a new understanding about how we can dine with the Creator and feed the same way without destroying anything. And so all of us are going to be giving an opportunity to experience this without trying very hard. I'm sure you can block it, but I think most people that are hungry will want to be fed, and it'll just happen naturally. It's almost like you walk into the presence of, let's say, a skunk, and you can tell a skunk is there. So these energies, you may not be able to see them or smell them or even feel them, but you'll feel the result. And that will be not an empty stomach. Yes, perhaps the stomach will be empty, but it'll be full of the energy of the universe. And this is how, in one go, I think we're going to upgrade the entire humanity to move away from killing and destruction. But yet we still, as I said, we may have to go through a period where we see a devastating amount of destruction if this goes through. And of course, Mr. Keshe said it's definitely on the card. And we see forces amassing in certain areas off the coast in the Indian Ocean and the rest. And maybe this is a bluff and maybe it's not a bluff. But Mr. Keshe said they would like to loot one of the last few banks left on this planet, national banks that has accumulated gold over the number of centuries, let's say. But as he said, if Iran gets touched, he'll make gold worthless. And of course, we've seen that in Sanya. And he actually told us that within 3 years, from March of 2024, if the governments didn't get their act together in a way, that he would show everyone how to make gold. And then, of course, the gold will become worthless. I know we were talking before the program started about nations or backing currencies with gold and the rest. But if it's going to be worthless, you might as well back your currency with water, even though water is precious in many areas. Can I say sand? Because that'll be just, gold will be just worth about as much as sand is. So this is what's happening, and we'll go more into it in the 583rd workshop. Usually we start with the announcements of Mr. Keshe, and then we have a couple of clips we'd like to play. But anyone want to add anything? Or the way they're perhaps seeing what's happening in our world right now? Okay, I guess that means we'll go to our first clip in a way. And I'd like to play the entire workshop, even though it's, I mean, the teaching part, it's about an hour or so, maybe a little bit less. But again, this is between you and yourself in a way. Whether you need, I can't stop you from killing, I don't think. Although the foundation, as I said, is putting in systems in place that'll make this much easier to accomplish fully. But it's ultimately up to you and your decision. But if you're going to go out into the universe, and again, I don't think we're physically going out in the universe. As he said, you can project these emotions, these interactions with the universal community right through the cosmic rays, which we call carbon-14, but he keeps referring to cosmic rays. And many, many beautiful things are happening in the background. I don't think we're fully aware of it, but again, the party is just beginning. We may have to wait for after the destruction. As he said, the Keshe Foundation will rise as a phoenix out of the ashes of man's last attempt to show how much it can kill. And this may be such a shocking event that we won't go back to that again, and we'll turn towards the Keshe Foundation technology. As he said, people would accept this technology not out of the love of it, but out of the fear of their own demise. And if we do have an exchange, and we know that Russia and China seem to be backing Iran and the rest of this, and of course that can escalate into the bigger powers actually touching each other. Again, within a few hours, you could have 50 million people, 100 million people dead on both sides. So hopefully we don't go that way, but Mr. Keshe seemed to indicate this is on the card at the moment. So continue to wish for peace, but this may be the path towards peace. That man would like to show one last time how much he's able to kill and destroy. And we have a section for that where we create this dome of peace. And again, that may be after the settling of all the ashes that we see the phoenix of the Keshe Foundation rise into very much of a prominent position across this planet. But as he said, we're going to bring this in a way that we haven't really, not the usual way, in a way sort of unexpected, and I don't know what that way is. So I think we should listen to the announcements a lot. The announcements were about explaining this graph of the soul and the way the soul is interacting in a way with the creator, the universal community, your relatives, and the rest. And in the future time, we'll explore this more, as he said, and understand where all these dots, who it is and what it is there. And these little dots of light. Right now, it just looks like a collection of lights to me. But I'm always open to understanding more, since I've only understood about 1/billionth of 1% of this knowledge. But we're all growing into it at different speeds and different strengths. And it's all up to you, as I understand it, how much you want to understand about yourself, your creation, the creator, and the universe. So let's go to the announcements for this, and feel free to, again, stop it or make a comment. Any comments from anyone? All right, let's continue on. I see a typo there.
Okay, welcome back to the second part of our 583rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And Mr. Keshe, would you like to proceed with any other announcements or things you'd like to say?
As usual, we always have some announcements to make. One of the cornerstones of this technology is to bring this technology in a very different way than what we've done up to now in Keshe Foundation teachings and programs. In the coming weeks, the technology of the Keshe Foundation will take a different international, global dimension of work. And with it, we have deliberately set out to release a new paper. And this paper is electronic more than hard copy, that with it, we give videos within the link, which means it's easy to say we produce this and that, but we show the videos, the connections and live connections to inserted dimensions that you can see, like this video, that where it comes from, what it is. And this will bring to help the what we call world of science to a new technology. The new technology which you as knowledge seekers have become part of your vocabulary as cosmic rays in the way we understand it, and the beginning of what we call space life. Working in the dimension of the universe and not the dimension of the earth. And I hope those knowledge seekers who've been with us find the strength and develop the structure in much deeper way to understand. And with it, we bring in the dimension of international cooperations around the nations and through the structures we have set up. From what's on the screen, it's very powerful if you understand it. And it's amazing that there's always Rick chooses pictures or intros, which is in a way set to become part of the teaching of the day. What I would like to do with this picture, if I can take or ask Rick to, let me do it differently because I want to have a control over it. Just 1 second. I'll come in with it in a different way that you all understand. Because you know this picture, it came in at the end of last teaching. And let me share. This is a picture you had on the screen as background of the teaching. Let's go deeper into this. To you is some dots. To you is just some image. To us as a developer and understanding the work of the creation carries a lot of information, behavior, understanding, and many other things. What I like to do is, in what we taught today, teaching of today, and in what we have taught in the past, I give you a small explanation that you understand. This is a graph. Most probably end of today, we'll see another one. This line is the line of the soul of the man. Collectively, your lot create that line. Once you connect to us in the teaching, we can detect, we can pinpoint to point of accuracy many of your souls. This is the soul of the man. This is the interaction of the fields between the energy center of the man, and this side is the universe, and this side is the physicality. This line in green is the energy source of physical side, where the yellow is the energy source connected to the universe. The yellow one we call the soul, we call it the energy of the man. The green line is the collective energy of the physicality of the man, we call the spirit, we call it the solar physicality. What is understanding? If you understood the teaching of today, the yellow one is connected to, interacts with universal energies, we call cosmic rays, where the green one interacts with the physical dimension rays of the fields of this planet and what made the man. But the biggest trick, the biggest interesting point, this is last week's session, if you understand the teaching of today, is this, which gives you a shiver on your back. And it is, if you understood the teaching of today, and you understood this is you connected to your physicality in the universal field, which one of these lights is the light of interaction of you with the Creator? Which one of these dots is what we receive directly with the interaction of the fields of the cosmic rays with the source? For sure, one of them is. The rest, what you see, is the soul of the uncle, the soul of grandma, and the creature in the universe, a further depth where they are in respect to us. And these are the ones which are close to us because they create a higher light. These are the ones not necessarily close to us physically, but at the field, the strength of us that we can interact with, receive energy from, and the rest. Now you understand. You're never alone. He's never left you alone. And those who can abuse you in the name of the religion of ayatollahs, mullahs, priests, and rabbis, are the ones who want to cut this line between you, and they're abusing you with it. In a way, all of us are connected to the Creator. The puzzle thing is, in the research and development of the future, man will find which one of these is the light of the Creator. Because it interacts with the dimension of the field strength of your soul, with the atmosphere of it. And this is why in the teaching I said, you see the light, its physicality of the man, and the light with the interaction of your soul. It's different light. And if you understood this, you understand how much work is left for humanity to be busy with and killing to find the promised light. Then when you have that light, do you need religion? Do you need ayatollahs to abuse you? Do you need mullahs to abuse you? Do you need priests and rabbis and all the thieves of the soul of the man? When research will go to find the promised light. As you know, we are well educated. I can go on this picture, pinpoints, and put the light of the Creator, and man will do thousands of research, years of development, and say, how did you know which one it is? Now you understand how in-depth the teaching is. And nothing is coincidental. What you see on the other end, if What comes to understand it is the light of your organs and different cells of your body. And you see the connection light. And this is the connection of you with the universe in interaction with the cosmic rays. One of these lights is you connected to your creator. Doesn't need any intermediaries. Because it enlightens you, it shines equal on all. You find out which one is the grandma or which one is the grandpa, because you have a DNA, you have a connection, and it's very easy to find. One of these lights is the light of your creator with you, all of you in the last. He's never far, not even a millimeter from you, because he feeds you and you feed. You teach it the essence of love and giving. I hope you take from today's teaching the path for your life in space as we endeavor to travel to take you across this line. Any questions?
Any questions? Again, we're getting a little bit more explanation about these graphs, and again, going across the universe. But to me, as we saw the man in the universal body enhancement system picking up rocks on the moon, he didn't have to physically go to the moon to do that. And I don't think we physically have to go across the universe to do any. Maybe when the soul is released, yes. But while you're here existing on this planet, you can interact with the entire universal community and to all the other explorations that you might do right from your couch or your bedroom or sitting on your porch. These cosmic rays make the connection, and it's just as real as if you were there. The same when you sleep. Again, he said not to call it a dream anymore, but this is the interaction of the fields of you and the universe in a way through cosmic rays. Most of the dreams, of course, have something to do with your physicality and so on and so forth. But we'll learn how to interact and travel across the universe in that dimension of energy without actually physically moving the physicality as I see it. And this was demonstrated, as I said, in Linz and other locations and in other sessions like the transmutation session. So again, it's for you to find out about your energy dimension. We're very good, fairly good with the physicality, but now it's to understand this other dimension of not really going with the physicality. Although, as we know, the ones that travel in the UFOs will be interacting with mankind, showing them a little bit about the advanced craft. And if you want to travel in that dimension or you can't do the transmutation, I'm sure you'll be welcome to it. And tourism will be a big part of the future for mankind, but will it be in the dimension of the matter state, or will that tourism happen in the field dimension? I think it's more likely to happen in the field dimension, and it's much safer. As he said, many people have been, or members of certain societies or civilizations have been lost in developing some of these, and I'm sure they still have system failure. But with this way, it seems much more efficient and much safer for you to travel in this dimension of energy, which you're already doing. Now we do it consciously. Of course, the Keshe Foundation is looking for many specialists and others to join the foundation. Perhaps we'll go to the 582 and then we'll go to the store after this. But if you're wondering how you can fit into the Keshe Foundation, you can write info@keshe.foundation and just express your interest in wanting to support, wanting to expand, and what your specialty might be. And as Mr. Keshe said, if they don't respond back to you, don't be frustrated or think your email was lost, but in the future time, you may be called upon and your specialty may be tapped. So again, we continue to learn, but we can also offer what we'd like if you're in a space program, or especially the social media, computers, developing chips with emotion, and so on. So let's just hear this. And for those who would listen and want to know how they could possibly fit into the Keshe Foundation with whatever specialty you have, again, you write info@keshe.foundation. And all the emails are read. They're just not all responded to. But don't be frustrated with that.
I think that pretty much wraps it up for today, Mr. Keshe. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, what I have to explain something which I said that knowledge seekers understand. When
And this is from the 582nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, not the 583rd.
we speak about this new telephone stands which comes in, is not to charge your battery of your mobile phone. We'll put such a thing out. Is to change to charge the environment of it from a lot of other things which you know what it does and why we purposely brought that in. It's it'll be very interesting, the new set of products which are we coming into the structure of the Keshe Foundation. These are all artisans. They're made one by one by hand. It's not something is mass produced. Something before I forget, before, because you say you finish with everything. We are looking, as I said, we received a number of people who offered what they can do, what they want to do. We are looking for people expert in social media, control and manage. We are looking for those who understand of space technology and work with different space organizations. We are looking for those who understand the structure of setting up what we call productions. And we are looking for those who understand, in a way, the structure of what we call integration of new technology with delivery systems, which means the Amazon system is too slow, and we are setting up structures that very soon, in maybe in a year or maybe around, hopefully, the people who work with us will deliver structures very much like a microwave you have at home, but delivers products into the system. We are looking for those who understand plasma transportation, transmutation from the present time of matter state. Specialists, engineers, we're looking for that kind of people. We're looking for the chemical engineers who understand the process of the chemical production of materials, where we can add the new technology to bring all the hazards of the new technology, what we call the old materials, out of the system. These are specialists we are looking for in the knowledge use and world of science. If you are one of them, we receive many people who tell us what this we can do. If we don't see you to fit into our present position at the moment we're looking for, please be patient. When we come, when we announce what we need, your expertise comes handy to us in the future. It doesn't mean that we ignore you. It doesn't fit into what we're looking for. We're looking for those who are in the world of the stock market and stock exchange and understand this process across continents. We're looking for pilots who know they do not need a mechanical system, but can become a step higher than the present commercial flights. We're looking for nuclear physicists in the field of plasma. We're looking for defense specialists with connection to governments and military, where the new Keshe Foundation space defense can be promoted and expanded. I know there are people in Lockheed Martin who are knowledge seekers, and I know people in Lockheed Martin who listen to this program frequently and regularly. We're looking for you if you join Keshe Foundation for the process of development. Thank you very much for today. I hope they managed to share
Before we go, Mr. Keshe,
Yeah.
there's a couple of things. One is I'd like to quickly share a picture of someone that's creative with ganses. This is a work of Beata, and she's interested in coming under the umbrella of the Keshe Foundation. So perhaps this
info
is
at keshe.foundation.
exactly. So this is sort of an example for people.
We are looking for artisans, and we are asking if you're producing something, painters, whatever. Get in touch with the info at Keshe Foundation, because there's a structure set up to bring all those who work with the Keshe materials, ganses, or any other thing, to work through this. It becomes what we call Amazon type thing. You're responsible to, you have to follow a strict situation set up, and you'll be given the international ground to work in and work with. If you sell 1 or 2 items a month or 10 items, once we structure this up, you're looking at the fairly regular production and orders with it. And it doesn't go through the Keshe Foundation. It's another arm of the Keshe Foundation, which is set up. We have interest control over that. They'll go in a very big way. But with your products, get in touch with Keshe.Foundation and be promoted with the agreement which has been made between you and the Keshe Foundation. We want to see more application of technology and what it actually does, not just because it's there. This was very important. If you do such a thing, there are a lot of knowledge seekers making 1 MagRap here, 2 MagRap there, selling ganses and what I call made in the back of the kitchen, but they cannot deliver actually the product. It bring a lot of regularity into the system. And some of the nations we will support to build the structures to support internally the what do you call it, the infrastructure of the financing and the commerce, which applies to the Keshe technology. We would like to know if you apply other technologies in conjunction with the Keshe Foundation work, which brings benefit. We're still there to support. We are not there to be just us. We all need to be. That's why we made it free for you to add your knowledge into our knowledge to make it better for the others. So if you are doing something in conjunction, which is positive, not just because you do it, they're interested to know, and we are there to promote you, but it has to be done. A lot of things has to be correct for us to be able to do that thing. And it's what I call the harvesting time of the Keshe Foundation. Every aspect has come, and we are setting up for it to be done. But as very, very prudent, because we've seen how the things happens around Keshe Foundation in past years, we become very, very perfection is trying to do the best we can do till we get it right, and then it'll be out. And as I said, we have chosen the path which we've done before, and avoid a lot of people that time they couldn't understand our work. Now more people understand how we work. The development of technology on a national basis, and I explained this to the world leaders of the people who we talk to. When we dissipate the knowledge in such a huge way to affect every aspect, we are interested in how it affects the nation. So we deal with the government. Not just we are bypassing knowledge seekers or going to governments. When we start the next 2 years flooding new technologies in, we want to know how we change that nation. So we need to speak with the government, preset it, that we don't need patents. The national GDP affected by us has to reflect in what we call the transfer of the remuneration, or whatever you call it, to the foundation, that we can what we call disperse it across to the others. We have a full structure what we're going to do, and to follow the patterns. Oh, this country has copied that country. No, you all work from the same base. You all use the same technology. The reference is we cover each other through the structure we set up. This is how the patent application, patent force will be literally demolished. When the knowledge is in the hand of everyone accordingly equal, everybody can use it, but all get benefit from it. This will stop the spying, all the things we've seen with the matter of state patent and everything else, which has delayed and held things back. Buying the patent, not to come that a lot of people can benefit by it. So you'll understand in maybe next 2 or 3 weeks exactly what I'm talking about. We are working on it, and the structure is set.
Mr. Keshe, is part of the structure that you're speaking of, will it apply to, let's say, the poor farmer in Africa who wants to spread the GANS technology?
Yeah. The technology should not be a poor farmer. It should be taught to the farmer how to feed itself and its children not to sleep hungry, the way we thought last week by touching the GANS and touching the food. If you understood what I released as a knowledge and technology in past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, no child in the world should go hungry to bed. According to the United Nations, 5% of the African and children go to sleep hungry in the jungles. 15% of the American children go to sleep hungry every night. We want to help that 15%. And the other 5%, we show how. The wealth of a nation sits in how we look after our next generation. Now, how we build buildings on top of each other that only the elite can go on higher, that they can fall faster.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Keshe and Rick. And as you can see, the Keshe Foundation is not an exclusive club or an exclusive foundation. It's an inclusive organization. They're looking for everyone to participate. And the way it's going to touch everything from the political down to probably street sweeper, everyone can have a position or something that they can do to expand and share the knowledge. So write to info@keshe.foundation. I know I sort of went through this when I was a college student and I was working for a defense contractor who was paying 100% of my college tuition. But I knew as I was working there, even though it was the best job I ever had with the best benefits, they pay quite well, I felt what I was working on, and I was only a machinist, but I felt the coldness. I felt the death. I didn't quite understand it as a 20-year-old or 21-year-old or whatever I was at the time, but I just knew. And then I would hear reports on the radio, how these planes and things were bombing this one and that one. And I said, I don't want to be part of this anymore. And so I guess I had missed a couple of days of work for whatever reason. And then when I came back in, and they had offered me other positions within the organization, and I declined them. So I didn't think they were too happy with me, but I had missed a day or two. And then when I came in, my boss said, well, we have to have a reason why you were out, you were sick or whatever. But I just, and I told them I was sick, and they said, well, we have to have a reason. You just can't say sick. And for some reason, it blurted out of me, I'm sick of the place. And then they, of course, walked me out after that happened. But in a way, I could feel the death and the killing in what I was producing part of. And I knew within my own self that I didn't want to be part of this. And of course, I did finish the college and everything else, and they paid for most of it. But so there was a little bit of a dilemma. But the Keshe Foundation is open to everyone, whether you're a housewife or retired engineer, retired from the nuclear field and the rest. There'll be a position, and many, many retired people have years and years of experience. And of course, they retire and they stay at home and not able to share some of the knowledge they have. So feel free to contact the Keshe Foundation. As he said, don't be disappointed if you're not responded to immediately, because more and more things will be opening up. I know he talked about teams and other things. So it's an all-inclusive club for those who want to give life and not to bring harm to the others. I thought we'd go in, and again, to the workshop we can listen to. This should bring us right up to the top of the hour. The 583rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop will just start here. Anyone want to add anything at this point? Okay. Again, this is between you and your creator, I think, and it's all about, a lot of it is about the anomaly that's been created here on this planet. He actually referred to it as an oddity in the process of creation, as I said earlier, but we're going to find more and more about what this oddity will do. As he said, we're going to embed. The creator is proud to show man, in a way, in the universe as the creator of this, in a way, dimension of emotion, as I see it, and embed it into the creation. And of course, as I said earlier, I never thought of eating a tomato as a crime. But now we're understanding, if we can feed the way the creator feeds, that we don't have to take other entities. And again, it's for each one of us to sort of explore that within ourselves and what it means to you. No one is forced into any positions in the Keshe Foundation, and it's all up to you and how much of the banana, in a way, you want to peel. So we'll hear the full teaching. I think it may go for close to an hour or so. But again, you're being instructed or being fed or interacting with these cosmic rays. As Mr. Keshe said, he doesn't only teach with the voice, he's teaching through the soul. And as we saw the graph of what he showed, we're all, in a way, interacting with the universe. So if there's no comments or anyone doesn't have any thoughts, we'll go right to this teaching. And I'm sure you've heard it before, but many of these teachings, as you continue to listen, I think something happens within you. Maybe little subtle changes that you don't even notice. But I remember in the past where it was voiced by Mr. Keshe, give me an hour a day for a week on television, and I will change your nation. So what we're doing here is actually having the same way, happening the same way, I think, with us as we listen to these teachings. A profound change is going on. It may be subtle, but it may be a cumulative effect as well, as I'm seeing it. So let's go to the teaching. It starts with the intro video here, which of course shows the space and some of the planets in the matter state. We'll just play a few seconds of that and then go right into the teaching about this creation that happened here in this corner of the universe. And then again, even the creator is surprised at what some of the creation has created. And that we always were taught that the creator knows everything about everything. And now we're finding out that some things he just didn't calculate. I almost think I had a simple example of that. I know we have a lot of invasive carp. It's a fish that come into the waters in the United States. How they got there, I'm not sure, but I'm sure they know. And these fish will actually jump out of the water, jump into the boat, hit the captain of the boat in the head and the rest of this. So this is almost what happened to the creator in a way. He takes the canoe out to paddle across the lake, and all of a sudden all these fish are jumping out and you get hit in the head, and you didn't count on that. You weren't aware of that. But this is what's happened to the creator in a way in the creation. He wasn't aware, and I'm sure there's other aspects of the creator he may not be creation. He may not be aware of either. It's quite a big place. So any other thoughts? Otherwise, we'll listen to this and be fulfilled in a way, or be elevated through these teachings. Again, it's just not the words. There's something special that Mr. Keshe has learned, or this universal teacher has learned, how to elevate through these energies. And again, we'll go more into this apple and this Magrav condition perhaps this week in the studies, where we start to practice a little bit more about this giving and taking energies and information to others. So it's not only going to be for feeding, it's going to be for communication or for giving to others what they may need that they're short of. You're there to serve and you're there to support. Feel free to stop it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 583rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, March 27th, 2025. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the Public Teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond, and I'll be your host once again in this weekly series of workshops. And once again, of course, we have the pleasure of having Mr. Mayran Keshe as our presenter, and I'm sure he will have lots of exciting things to present today. So please go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to a series of Knowledge Seekers programs from Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. We are back here again, testing our knowledge and knowledge of creation. And in so many ways, we come to understand a little bit more every time we meet more about ourselves, more about how us as an energy system lives within another structure. Mankind has always had a dilemma, seeing itself as part of a structure which is already established, and he's just another piece of puzzle, another piece of jigsaw in a puzzle of the creation. Something which is rather important for us as knowledge seekers to understand is the fact that as we start connecting other parts of the technology of creation in the past few weeks, we have to understand another part of the whole structure, which is us, which is within us. And interesting enough, we are the only what I call plasmatic system, which is portable, and it makes its own decision in so many ways. The rest are set and dictated by the others. What does this mean? This is the center of our galaxy, center of our universe. It has created a field over time. It has led to creation of what we call galaxies, which is collection of many cells. We call them solar systems, stars. And these in themselves, as a star system, again create a fixed dimension. None of these entities inside or outside of a galaxy or inside a galaxy or a solar system has a control. They're created by a fixed pattern of the magnetic field interaction. Each one of them has its own central plasma, which fixes everything else to it. And it's fixed. They rotate, they cannot jump. And interesting enough, down the line comes the soul of the man, which in a way controlled by the what we call emotion of the man. And the only system we know in the universe, not just a man, but created entities, created lives in the universe, which don't follow the pattern. And they create a chaos. And the problem with this is we cannot change rapidly the condition of the structure of the central universe, central line. We cannot change so rapidly the structure of the galaxies or the stars. They cannot avoid each other. The set fields interact, they have to follow. The only thing is the man or created beings doesn't follow this principle of motion. It has been given another piece, which we call it the spirit, we call it the soul of physicality, which dictates the motion and manifestation of physicality of the entity. The stars, galaxies, universes don't cry, don't kick, don't fall in love. But this entity, this plasma in the center of every living thing be the man, the plant, the animal, the creatures in the universe, has that possibility. Doesn't follow the rules of what we call fixed motion. And this is where man, at this moment of time, sees itself different and cannot find, cannot understand, has not managed to see the line of connection between its creation point and itself. And is seeing itself separated from. It sees itself as something on its own and a king of his planet and the rest of it. If man comes to understand and values its energy center, what we call the soul of the man, the central power point, which is common denominator with all the celestial objects, be it unicorns, the universe, the galaxies, the stars, the planetary system, then he finds out he is an oddity. And in a way, this oddity has and creates two dimensions of life. The soul of the man is free, jumps up, goes up the plane, it comes down in the valleys, swims, eats, sleeps, and it continuously interacts with the totality of the fields of the universe, because it's not finished just being born and being there. As we said last time, man is the only creature which moves the 180 degrees in all dimensions, and the interaction of different fields gives it intelligence. This is according to all the created dynamic structures at the bottom of the line. So we not only interact with the fields of our own emotion, our own soul of physicality, our own soul, but at these motions of jumping, eating, sleeping, whatever we do, we continuously interact with the fields of the unicorns universe through cosmic rays. What we call rays which are created through the interaction of the fields of the creator in addition, separation, division, coming together, and the rest of it. In a paper to be released very shortly, called what we call the cosmic ray, and the work in the work of the what we call universe, the original cosmic rays, and how they create the conditions. We go in a much deeper way to show, confirm their existence, and how the knowledge has been across your knowledge seekers without knowing. In a way, it brings you to concentrate. The paper, as I explained before, will be one of the most fundamental papers since the paper of creation of black hole. It's the opening to the knowledge of new science. What?
And of course, we saw what that paper did. It actually changed the mind of a leading scientist who read it and then republished some of the Keshe Foundation work, or Mr. Keshe's work, and then, of course, Mr. Keshe withdrew his papers. So Stephen Hawking went to from nothing escapes the black hole to he then believed that things do escape the black hole. As Mr. Keshe said, they're just basically garbage disposals, a recycling machine, and Hawking never understood that. So when this paper comes out electronically, I'm sure it's going to touch somehow some of the leading scientists on this world in the same manner it touched Stephen Hawking. And he'll come public and change his view of the way he looked at it. So this paper on cosmic rays is going to be quite instrumental for the world of science and mankind. And of course, we'll be unraveling that for a while, but this should be appearing in the next time period. Did someone want to say something? I thought I heard a mic open. Maybe it's just me.
It's been there. but we never understood, and we made a lot of fallacies around it, the way we did with the black hole. I consider this paper as one of the most fundamental scientific papers ever will be produced, will change the course of humanity on the science, and with it will bring the lasting peace. What we understand with this is that we call it a cosmic ray. We do something there, it becomes something, means God knows, something, somewhere, radiation. We try to catch it as whatever rays in the depth of the oceans and mines and the rest of it. But we never considered ourselves, our soul, which is another plasma, which is like the center of the solar system, sun, still receives these cosmic rays, still interacts with it. This is where the 80% of the energy we need for daily use comes from. The biggest mistake man has made, he thinks that he only uses energy of the food, solid animals, plants we eat for his daily need. But you have to understand that soul, that central energy still consumes energy, still needs connection, it needs to get rid of its surplus. In the dimension of physicality, we have kidneys, bladder, intestines to take and get rid of. In the dimension of the soul, because of the high energy levels, it does it by itself through magnetic gravitational field using the cosmic rays. In a way, the cosmic rays are our connection with the rest of the universe. Without it, we cannot dispose of what we don't need, and without it, we cannot exist, not to get what we need to sustain that soul. It doesn't come from the animals we consume and the rest, but connects to it. The soul of physicality of the man is a connection of the fields of the planetary system with the physical dimension of the man in the energy level, and the soul of the man is a connection of the whole of that with the universe. But it carries, due to the manifestation of the connection to the inertia matter state, emotion. But as our soul of physicality dictates by the emotion, our soul dictates by emotion, the soul of the man, when becomes part of the structure of universe, transfers this emotion across the universe. This is why we have to take the essence of the killing out of the man. That as man has been in the dust few milliseconds and microseconds of the life of the universe, is got to be corrected, is a bad seed. It's a seed which, if it's cleaned up and looked after, it'll be the most beautiful seed in the universe, become essence of knowledge, emotion, brings what they call the love of the Mitra to Creator. No dimension in the structure of what we see from the galaxy to creation of the rest ever showed the Creator the emotion. Never showed the Creator how he feels. When we bring that into account, then the emotion becomes part of the structure of the creation to the Creator. Does not need dimension of physicality. All it needs is the dimension of fields. In a way, as I said to one of my children once, the God became emotional when he got in touch with the race of the man. Otherwise, the rest of the things he created was simple, mechanical, fields interact, and they create. But the only thing this chap did not calculate was very simple. He will get touched by that emotion. In the language of the man, Emotion is mitra. In a way, you build the engine, you build the computer, and then you have to put that energy into it to show its beauty, how it operates, and what that mechanical system manifests itself to do. And the only thing you do not calculate that a few digits and a few chips gives you a computer which talks to you and then enlightens you. This is the part which the Creator never took into account. In the dimension of lowering the strength across the universe to certain levels, the time will come that the emotion will bring that, what we call, factor, which was not considered in the total physicality of the creation of the universe by the Creator. And this is what we call in the language of the man emotion, the mitra, the love, the giving. And that is what we see, what we have to learn, what will come across in the world of the science of the universe. In a way, cosmic rays led to the creation of physicality, but in the lower strength, the way we saw the lower strength became galaxies, and the lower strength became the solar system, the lower system became the planet Earth, and then the lower system, which created a dynamic plasma. We call it the cell of the man, even though we touch it to be physical, created an interaction with a higher order, which is the soul of the man, and the outcome became the emotion, which that emotion touched the Creator. That's the apple which changed the system. The Adam is the Creator, and the Eve is the Mitra. And that apple is the apple of emotion, which Creator never understood, that it can come to it. And this is why Creator loves the planet Earth, because it brought a factor into it. In my work, in my teachings, in the industrial side of the Keshe Foundation, we explain the microchips with emotion, which is about to come into the industry world. You have the chips, we created it, we had the silicon, we made the chips, we became computerized, think faster, but without emotion. Now that we understand even emotion has a field strength and we can build it into the chips of the future in the dynamic structure, we can create system with emotion, your AI with emotion, not just finding answers. This is the trap which the Creator got himself into it. He created the chip, he created the computer, everything was systematic. You do this, you end up with galaxies, you have the solar system. The only thing which wasn't calculated, somewhere the field of strength will interact and create an emotion. And that emotion, in line of production of the system of universe, has touched the Creator. This is why love is part of the beauty of this planet, because it comes as an emotion of giving. This is what the prophet of the past could not explain. We hid it on the name of Adam, Eve, apple, and the rest of it. But understanding the truth, that's where we stand. This is what he had a bite of. This is what needs to be corrected, that when this emotion is pure and it goes on giving line, not killing line, becomes not only a beautiful planet, but it becomes a beautiful universe. Would it feed this emotion? Would this strength field given as a gift by man to the universe bring that change in the planetary system? Would our suns cry? Would our galaxies understand the interaction of the fields with emotion? Would our Creator, that has been touched by these fields of the interaction of the lower dynamic systems called love, caring, has become part of his, because I have led to the creation of, so I am the creator of, I'm the owner of, and this is what we say, God has thousands of emotions. Emotions we never understood, but now he had time to perfected across the universe, but now he has to show the universe where it came from. Where is the seed of what he's trying to promote as a universal system of operation? Is the beauty which comes from man, the loving, the caring, the dimension of understanding the totality. And this is what us as a being in the physical body of the planet, the way the structure of the tilt of this planet, the way the structure of mixture of materials have come together, coincidentally has led to creation of a structure we call amino acid. Within it, with the interaction of it, has led to creation of emotion. Man soon will understand what emotion plays once become the man of universe. We don't see emotion so commonly across other creatures of the universe. Everything is systematic, but with intelligence. Man introduces the dimension of emotion to the universe. It has introduced it for thousands of years, which is a fraction of the second of the time of the creation of this universe. Now you understand why we have to kill, the essence of the killing within the man, that we can show what has been created through cosmic rays to become the man which feeds it every day, becomes part of the structure of the universe and the universe, and become the symbol of ever giving, understanding what we call love. In a way, the Creator got touched by what he created, but it was not expected. In so many ways, mankind has no choice. We made it walking, we made it thinking, we made it to evolve, and in this process of evolution, we learned a lot that we can challenge even the Creator with our emotion. We brought it, we as a structure of the dynamic plasma, told the Creator what it means to create with control, with dimension of I decide where to move, how to move, I decide to show it love, I decide to show it anger, I decide to show it the beauty. And this is where, when man understands this, then man becomes the creator of the emotion in the dimension of the creation. And now might man understand why it's so influential. When you come across the man of universe, you will see what I call orphans. For an orphan to understand the love of the father and the mother is not never been there, it doesn't exist. But it sees parents cuddling the children, but I have no emotion because nobody ever cuddled me. And now we have cuddled the emotion of the Creator with the love, with the emotion of love. What I teach you today is not something new. Go back to the first teachings with Dr. Elia Kostova. We went through every cell of the man, every organ of the man in the teaching of the medical application. And every time she presented the scientific side of the technology of the creation of the physicality of the man, we presented the what we call universal science, and always was there emotion. The emotion is what separates man from the rest of the structure of the universe.
I was just thinking that old expression, what we see in micro, we see in macro. Is this maybe not accurate? It will be in the future as man goes out into the universe through these cosmic rays to embed this emotion into the creation. But is what we see in macro what we see in micro as far as emotion goes? And I think the creator actually, it wasn't when he interacted with the man, it must have been even when we were in the oceans before we decided to feed on the land. This emotion was in some of the created entities on this planet, as I'm seeing it. So what we see in macro, do we see in micro? That's just a question I thought I'd raise.
Stars don't cry. Stars don't cuddle, don't kiss. Stars don't generate purposely on time and a place. Everything is a process set and the interaction would lead to. Man, through the dimension, coincidentally by the tilt of this planet and the position of it, has created a dimension with emotion. A man will realize this when he meets other created things in the universe. Emotion, especially in the level of the love of the man, is the exclusivity and beauty of this planet. They see life in a way as it is. Man will, when travel and teaches emotion to the other created things of the universe, will touch the universe. They produce, they interact, but the love only comes to those races who have come in touch with the man in the past times. And they have built it into their system. It's like we go on back and say the origin of the man came from Central East Africa. When you travel the span of the universe, they tell you the love, the emotion of caring comes from planet Earth. It's the way the structure is set. It's the way it seats. We are part of the structure of universality in a way when we say, I teach and I teach the whole universe through the dimension of emotion of the information that what has man has created and brought back. But in a way, what the creator says is very simple. I cannot take a beautiful flower out when it's got such a thorn as a killing attached to it. When you go to a flower shop, when you cut a rose from its plant and you want to give that to your lover, you take the thorns out, that the lover enjoys the beauty, not the fear of the damage by the thorns of the rose. I know that feeling. Every day I cut a rose. The first thing I did, I took the thorns out, that the lover that receives it just see the beauty and no worries about it might hurt. I planted many roses that every day there is a rose I can cut. And this is the way, is the work of the Creator. This is what we need to bring in. This is what we need to understand. That what we create, what we understand as cosmic rays, in essence is the connection of us with the rest of the universe, where the food connects us to this planet. We walk, we show our love, we care, and at the same time, this dimension, through the cosmic rays, transfers that love and care to the rest of the universe. We have become the seed of love. And once we understand this, we understand that we even touch the emotion, we create an emotion for the Creator to understand what it means. Otherwise, when you look at the structure of the universe, It's just mechanical system, interaction of cosmic rays, and in certain ways, if they interact, it leads to the creation of galaxies. If they interact in certain ways, with the creation of the solar system. If they interact in another way within themselves, they create their stars of themselves, and the planetary system, and the moons. And then what? In the case of the Earth, is the creator of love, emotion. And once we understand this, we become part of the structure of the neurosystem of the universe. But this flower, this rose needs to be cleaned of its thorns, and that time is near. We will see a massive war taking shape for the last time to clean up, to bring all to an end, where the beginning will come. The phoenix will rise through the love of man for caring for man, and the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation. The knowledge we brought on the name of the Keshe Foundation will be that peace water. This is that what we call the phoenix, which rises across the, amongst the ashes of the man's last time attempt to influence the king. Soon you will understand when the whole structure comes into operation. We are not talking about long time to wait. We're talking about this very short time. You will see the end of and beginning of a new life. In a way, in a paper published on the name of the cosmic rays in the next few days, will show the path, will show the direction, and will bring that change for humanity to be. We will not have values for the gold, we will not have values for everything we valued, but we value the dimension of the emotion that we carry within us, which surpasses and connects us directly to the Creator. This is the time when Mitra gets touch with his Creator, and the love of the creation will change the universe and the universe. These are not dreams, they are not philosophical talks. You soon understand. You've seen step by step of it. Now you see the end of the phoenix will fly. The phoenix of peace, love will emerge amongst men after the final dust settles in a short time. You ask us, how do we know? Because we said it so. You got to understand, everything else prior to the birth of the man has been mechanical system, has been the computer structure of interaction of the fields, which has led to this. And now we are turning the engine, we are feeding the fuel into it, and then we see the operation of it. But we are all connected in the what we call magnetic fields within the earth and within us as a plasma, and we are connected to the rest through what we call the cosmic rays. The energies which led to our creation, the energies which led to what we call dimension of emotion. I always said, and maybe now those who have heard it will understand. In the past teachings, I explained that the rays of the Creator shines on galaxies, and if we are on the way of being in this direction, we'll see the light of the Creator on galaxies. On galaxies, lights in the center, lines and shines on the star. Coming again at the same time, the cosmic rays, which we cause from cosmos, from our Creator. And then we see two lights. We see the light of the central galaxy, and there is another light which interacts with this center, or with a star, which is from the cosmic rays. So we see two lights on every object. And this has led to the sun. And this sun, which is the soul of the man, gets two lights and shines in two ways. One from the dimension of the field strength of the Creator, which is seen by the universe, and one by the physicality of the man, which see as what we are in the dimension of our physical dimension. When you become educated, when you understand this, when you work on the level of the fields of the universe, then you will see the light of the soul of the man and not the physicality of the man. Where this light comes from the interaction of the cosmic rays and strength of the interaction with the soul of the man. And this light shows you the strength of the emotion of the man. The truth.
Mark, could you stop a little bit, please? Thank you.
Thank you,
This
Claudia.
part was so difficult for me to understand. I don't understand yet. I didn't. So if somebody could help me with another words, what Mr. Keshe is explaining this part, I appreciate.
I can just start maybe a
Thank you,
piece
Gail.
starting because I'm having problem as well. So gosh, now I forgot the name of the thing in the middle. Okay, so it starts off, it looks like there's a light from the Creator, and then it goes to I think I'm trying to mark that circle. Maybe we can listen to that part again.
I was just going to suggest that, Gail. Maybe we can listen to this again. Thank you for reading my mind, and we'll discuss it. Maybe we'll have a little bit more interaction. Thank you, Gail. And
because I think
Claudia.
this is very, very important, this part.
Okay.
It is. Thank you.
Okay, let's start here. Thank you.
If we are.
Let me just see if I can back it up a little bit. Okay, we'll start here.
I explained that the rays of the Creator shines on galaxies, and if we are on the way of being in this direction, we'll see the light of the Creator on galaxies. On galaxies, lights in the center lines and shines on the star. Coming again at the same time, the cosmic rays, which we cause from cosmos, from our Creator. And then we see two lights. We see the light of the central galaxy, and there is another light which interacts with this center or with a star, which is from the cosmic rays. So we see two lights on every object. And this has led to the sun. And this sun, which is the soul of the man, gets two lights and shines in two ways. One from the dimension of the field strength of the Creator, which is seen by the universe, and one by the physicality of the man, which see as what we are in the dimension of our physical dimension. When you become educated, when you understand this, when you work on the level of the fields of the universe, then you will see the light of the soul of the man and not the physicality of the man. Where this light comes from the interaction of the cosmic rays, the strength of the interaction with the soul of the man. And this light shows you the strength of the emotion of the man. The truth. It's very much like
So,
when you stand in any position.
thank you. So what I understood now, again, I have to listen more and more, is what Mr. Keshe says, right? That he can see the light of our souls and and our emotions. And for me, that's another dimension. He can see this light, and we can't right now see this light. He see with the eyes of the Creator, and we can see only the light of the physical body. So it's, for me, it's another way to see, and I cannot see yet, but that's what I understood. If somebody wants to help me, please.
Did it say at the beginning that the light of the Creator shines on the galaxy?
Yes.
Is it the central light of the galaxy? Is that from the Creator? That's what I wasn't
I
sure of.
understood it is, yes.
And then the cosmic light, which we receive. So those two create the soul of the man. That's where I'm really confused, because I thought it was just on the earth, or maybe the earth receives, and that's how we are created. Soul is
I
created.
think that, remember that teaching, the old 2015, that I showed that we are a fraction of the Creator. And we have this light too. That's the soul of the man. But we can't see this light yet. It's because I think it's another dimension we have to go. In the third dimension that we are, in the physical.
So
Right.
when we can
Yeah, go ahead.
dimension, then we should be able to look back at the soul of physicality in a way.
It's a duality form.
But there's something there that I'm not clear on. It sounded like the Creator's light it shines on the galaxy central part, and then there is something else from the cosmic rays, and that's how the soul is created. By the two. Maybe we should hear it just one more time, Mark, because that's a lot in that small little portion.
Yeah, I know in the creation of the Universal Council, he said when those, from the universe, when they come to this planet and they don't see the physicality, what do they see? A collection of stars, beautiful lights. And he said this is what these teachings are all about. I know when we travel in the physical dimension in the universe, what do you see? You see the passengers of the universe and their craft and their physicality. When you travel in the dimension of the soul, you interact with the soul without any physicality. Yes, I'm sure it can be explained a number of ways, but this is what all these teachings are about. When we don't see the physicality, we can see the light in the others. And again, I don't need to judge them or say what strength their field is, but maybe others do. I think we're almost finished. There's only 4 minutes. And again, we could revisit it later, but let's stay on our schedule for the program if we can, even though there's no hard and fixed schedule. Shall we hear the rest? Or is anyone else want to add their understanding?
You have the sun shining on you and you see your beauty, but on the back of you is a darkness, what we call the shadow. We carry two lights. One, the light of the environment, and one from the light of what shines on us. And it's the same with the soul of the man. It's the same with every galaxy. It's the same with every sun. We see two different dimensions of the light, which is a natural interaction of the fields of any magnetical system. This is what you look for. This is what we see, the truth about the souls we come across. How the soul shines in interaction with the fields of the universe. How we see this light and where we stand as observer. You always thought that the light, the day, the light comes only from the sun. That's the physical dimension of what created us. But at the same time, the interaction of the fields of the universe through cosmic rays shining on our, interacting with our soul, creates the light of the soul of the man. Many times we hear people who say, going through the process of death, that they went through the lights. This is the light they see. They interact, the soul of physicality as an energy, and the soul of the man with this, what we call the lights, the cosmic rays, which interacts with it, which has been feeding it all the time, but because we look through the eye of physicality, we never see. Now that we come dimension of the soul of physicality as a plasma, we see the interaction because we interact with it. We are part of it. Then we look for the light of the soul in interaction with the cosmic rays. Some could be directly from the source, which is from the creator. And that source, by law of the physics of the plasma, when it comes, it has to have a feedback. In this soul, we have emotion. With that, we have shown the creator the emotion. Mitra and the app. As I said, the Adam is the creator, but those days man could not understand. If the world of science understands this knowledge, the knowledge of the light of the soul in interaction with what we call fields of the universe as cosmic rays, and understand the interaction of the fields in full, man will be enlightened to the knowledge of the universe instantaneously. Because then you interact with energy and not physicality of the creation. Then it makes sense when we speak about you can travel the span of the universe instantaneously. You go on a spaceship, and according to our science of today, 10,000 years, we spend 7 months to get to the Mars, and we spend so many days to get to the moon, because we chose the physical path. Or we understand the light of the soul and the shine where the light comes from, and we travel the dimension of the fields of the universe through cosmic rays, and we are there instantaneously. And many of you have been through this, through the sessions of the Keshe Foundation on Friday. So when you came to Linz and you went through the system, you didn't dream, you traveled, you made a journey on this line. Lack of the trust, lack of understanding about the creation of the central soul of the man has led man to denying its own existence, its own emotion, its own beauty. I made man in the image of myself, in the dimension of interaction of the fields. But man made my image with the dimension and interaction of the emotion. Now you understand that bending and getting up and standing up and sitting down, which brought intelligence to the man in diversity of life on this planet, has brought the same changes to the soul of the man and its interaction with the universe. Man looked at his physicality, and the soul looked at his position and emotion and its totality in the work of the universe. If man understands this, and if man detaches itself but enjoys the physicality and emotion of the love, there shall be no war. Man will not even think about it. You got to understand, in the past times, man as a mankind, has had many encounters with what we call passengers of the universe. They don't come here for the water and rare earth materials. They come here to be touched with the emotion of the love which man possesses. We make journeys taking months and days to get to our lover, to taste the dimension of the field of the emotion together. They travel to the span of this planet to feel what love means. We go to another country and we go back home and we talk about the beauty, what we see. Passengers of the universe come to planet Earth to learn about the emotion of love, giving unconditionally what man translates as to love. And that's important and that's crucial for the man to understand is that when he gives the rose of love to his lover, to a newcomer, there's no thorns of killing in it, that he hurts, changes another life, another dimension. I made man in the image of myself, but man showed me the image of love. One gave, one learned, one took and enjoyed. If men understand this, we have leaped in the dimension of becoming universal passengers, universal travelers, where we become the ambassadors of love and peace and killing and power, which is, in a way, has been part of the growth, growing up, part of understanding the totality of emotions for man itself. Try to understand this and try to look through the soul of physicality for the light of the soul from the dimension of the what we call cosmic rays. And if you find a specific light, which you all know, you understand, that light is directly connects you to the Creator. That's the way He shines. And He shines in all. Understand today's teaching. And then you understand what is brought, what will bring, and what changes man can expect in the coming days and weeks and months. We go for a break, come back, and I hope you understood the purpose of man in this universe and why it's so precious. Vic, would you like to take us for a break and we come back?
Okay, any further discussion on this? Again, I think we can open it up as time goes on, but as he said, if you understood the full essence of what he was explaining, you'll be enlightened to the full knowledge of the universe in seconds. I haven't gotten there yet, but someday I hope to explain this. And I'm quite enamored. I know I joined the Bengali meeting yesterday, even though I don't speak Bengali or Bengalese, whatever the native language is. But when I went in, I said a little prayer. I said, I want to understand the knowledge of the soul of the Bengali language community. And that's just the way I approached it. And this is the way I'm going to approach other things in the future, is to try and understand, again, become more enlightened, not through the whiteboard or the blackboard or the teaching in the physicality, but through the dimension of energy or cosmic rays. And this is the way I'm quite fascinated with this, and I'm going to try and apply it more and more. But again, I'm just a beginner. This is all sort of new knowledge. I thought the entire creation was created the same. What we see in micro, we see in macro. But maybe there's a couple caveats that we need to consider, and there may be more. Anyone? Any comments?
I think, Mark, it's very important to see the share of the people that was in links and in the sessions too, because the people that was there may have in touch with the cosmic rays and with these universal energies. And I remember I had a beautiful experience there in links, and I am trying to understand why I felt this much emotions and in that place. And I don't know, we know the seekers that we are seeing the workshops of Mr. Keshe, and somehow it's changing my emotions. I am
Yes.
seeing the food in the different way, and I'm quite emotional. I don't like to be so emotional, but it's changing. And I see Apple in a different way. I see, you know, and I think it's a transition moment.
Yeah, apparently what he said, the food connects us to this planet the same way the nitrogen, and he will show us how to, in a way, disconnect that nitrogen line, but the food has a definite connection to the physicality.
Mhm.
And I think, again, you don't need to go out into the universe with your physicality. You're going to interact and spread this emotion on the energy level if you choose to. You can go the other way
Yes.
too, but we can go anywhere instantaneously through this dimension of cosmic rays. And you're connected. We're all connected. So if you want to build a craft and travel and all of the shortcomings that system with system failure and the rest, you're welcome to it. But if you want to travel instantaneously without even leaving this planet, the way you do in a way when you sleep, this is open. And again, he's making us aware of this connection. And these cosmic rays, we've never lost the connection to the creator or the cosmic rays. It's just, again, us who've denied it. We've, in a way, sanctioned ourselves. So he's opening this up more and more and more. So this feeding, as he said, with Musk and the Chinese military, this is one of the things that heavily, I think, connects us to this. And some of these feeding systems will break your emotional connection to the pizza pie or the chicken or whatever is one of your favorites, or even not so much one of your favorites, because we have a very strong emotional connection to eating. As he said, it's taken us 6,000 years to get to this position, and what Mr. Keshe has brought in the last 4 years has certainly counteracted a lot of our wrong path following the wrong path. So more and more will be enlightened as time goes on. And as he said, in the future, people will frown on this idea of eating other creatures, even though it's hard for us to see that. Like I told somebody about the hovering car that's in the tire business, and he said, oh, tires, they'll never go out of business. There's no way. Everybody's always going to need tires. But with the hovering car, do you need tires anymore? So this is, again, there's so many surprises that are coming down to this planet. Again, this place is a very precious place, but does that make us any more valuable than any other part of the creation? I don't think so. Actually, we should be more humble about our mission. And now we understand this part of this about delivering emotions to the rest of the created beings, and perhaps even the stars in the galaxies. I always thought it was the same. There wasn't any sort of difference. I know he talked about the passengers in the UFO have the same conditions as many of the same conditions that we suffer from here on this planet. So I would think and we know many of the conditions are created by emotion. So I was always thinking that they must have emotions too. Maybe some of them do, but maybe many of them don't. And why would they have unbalances? I don't know. If they don't have emotion. Okay. Any other thoughts or comments? Again, more universal teaching from a universal teacher, which has opened up quite a bit. And especially, as he said, do you need the religions to cash out your pocket and your soul? And I guess it's for each one of us to take what we can from this knowledge, according to what you understand and what befits you about it, not to look for an intermediary to tell you. And this has been my approach in a way. Otherwise, you'll be looking for intermediaries from here across the universe to tell you what to do, or how to think, or how to approach it, or what has been said. No problem. Very good. We're all learning step by step, little by little. This is getting opened up more and more. So shall we create the Dome of Peace so we can move on to the next part of the teaching? And yes, Gail, we'll try to open this up more and more. I'm sure we'll get a lot of responses in some of the private sessions to try to understand this. Not the way someone else understands it, but the way we understand it. Okay, this is the Dome of Peace, which we create on a daily basis. Again, this needs a lot of work. The Universal Council is basically inviting the Keshe and the Universal Council family and unifying at the soul level, even though we are in a way connected at the very much connected at the soul level. We're unifying every day at 9 p.m. Central European Summertime. And of course, that time has just changed today for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and the soul of the totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. Not only here on this planet, but apparently across the universe as well. And I have very little of the answers. One day I will have much more, and I'll be able to explain it in a beautiful way. I can't do that exactly right now. But again, I'm just adding to my knowledge and my understanding of the processes that are going on. And I don't assume to know everything. So you're all invited. This is a process that takes place on a daily basis, and until we reach a permanent peaceful condition on this planet. So you can spend a nanosecond and build up from there. You can spend a few minutes, whatever you'd like. As Mr. Keshe said a number of times, it's not the quantity, but the quality. And so you're invited to explore. As we understand, we're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies and to the energies of the universe as well. But it's for you to, again, I don't think I can go into your creation and change a lot of things. It's up to you. You, your soul of the man and the soul of physicality, to interact in a correct way. But there are many ways to do this. So what we have done, or what Mr. Keshe has asked, is that we create this dome of peace, and there's different practices that go into it. One is releasing GANS waters into the environment, and this is the first step of the dome of peace. As we know, the fields know where to go and what to do and to bring balance into situations planet-wide. And of course, I'm thinking if we reduce the amount of killing on this planet, and we know it's not only men who are being killed, but it's billions of animals and billions of fish and the rest of this that are being harvested. The soul is released. The energy leaves the planet. Maybe this, if we move away from the killing and destroying other entities, this planet will have more energy within its structure. That's just my thought, and I don't know if I'm correct. I could be 100% wrong. But that was just my thinking. Anyone want to comment on that? But, or you don't even have to comment. Let's just go into the Dome of Peace, unless you feel like it. So this is the first step, again, releasing the GANS waters. Thank you, Stefania.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so that's the first step. If you're not sure how to make GANS waters, you can contact a knowledge seeker or go on the Keshe Foundation wiki. There's simple explanations there. Listen to some of the earlier teachings of Mr. Keshe in the knowledge seekers workshops and other places where they talk about the GANS waters and so on. Again, we're not touching the GANS. We're just using the GANS water, which has quite a bit of intelligence. And as I said, it knows where to go and what to do. So that's the first step, something for our physicality to do. But it is making connections, I believe, and it is elevating the energies on this planet. And again, this is not a day job. The Chinese have been doing this, putting water, GANS water, into the streams and the fountains and the rivers and the oceans. And the way you release the GANS waters is up to you. I don't particularly think it has to be sprayed. You can release it in other ways as you choose. I know in the winter, sometimes it's very cold and my car doors are frozen, so I've been using just the sink drain and releasing GANS waters as of late. But when the weather changes, I'll probably go out and spray again, but it's not necessary to do it that way either. It's all going into the environment and all adding energies to this planet. I think the biggest move will be to stop the killing. And he said one of the first things to end will be the slaughtering of animals on this planet. And again, you can eat for the pleasure of it. It's not, no one's going to be stopped from eating, but we have to realize what this does to us and what this does to the structure of this planet. So now we'll go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which is the collective powers of the soul. We'll take 2.5 minutes. And of course, just to bring up, the Brazilians have a regular meeting. Again, we're collectively releasing GANS waters, not in a meeting. We're not all gathering at the same place in a telegram or on Zoom, but we're just independently doing that based on what time your 12 noon or 6 p.m. Central European time or Central European summertime. You can join the Brazilian daily intentions, which are beautiful, and they've been carrying this out faithfully using the power of the soul, as Shweta will explain, to bring about the change. And both of these work in combination with one another. Something for our physicality to do, releasing GANS waters, and something to practice with our souls. So as you can see, there's many ways to connect here. Time changes from CET to CEST, which is today, but you can join the intention. This is a Wednesday, but it continues every day as I understand it. And this is a formal meeting where you can join. And we do join on Wednesdays. Part of the Soul Teaching group actually joins this group, and we create a bouquet of fields, or again, together, where each one of us has different fields that create different actions, and we just give from our souls to elevate the others. So you can join the Brazilian intention. It's all part of the same process, but they certainly have been leading the way. Okay. Let me just go back to that screen. So this is the second step of creating the peace dome on this planet. And again, these skills, these abilities are not going to be lost once a permanent peace comes on this planet. You're using your Magrav condition in a way of giving and taking. In this part, we're giving. And obviously, this is sometimes more important than taking. But he said taking is as important, if not more important in one instance, than giving. So there's still a lot to explore and understand about this knowledge. But let's hear from Shweta. Thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Anyway. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the GANS waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of GANS, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
Okay, thank you again, Shweta. And just this is the same process that's repeated daily, and you don't have to be isolated. Your physicality is not really involved in this process. So you can be cooking dinner, you can be at work, you can be perhaps even talking on the telephone and enter into this process, driving the car, climbing the mountain, as Mr. Keshe said. So this is the collective energies of the soul, creating that beautiful collection of fields, which then, if, again, we're not giving to men, we're giving to the soul of the man, world leaders, and so on. So the soul of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the souls of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. And again, it's just, if it's your wish to see peace, Path of Peace is made very clearly It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create a position of change. No other thing. So we carry on this process, and more people will be added to this, and then we will see the peace come through our wish or through our energy side, our true nature side of this energy dimension. So thank you all. We'll take 2.5 minutes, and we'll go through this process, and it's the same process in a way that's repeated on a regular basis. But it's up to you to join together with the others on the energy dimension at a certain specified time, which we covered already. So let's start for 2.5 minutes and just give to the others. And of course, you don't become poorer in that process of giving. As we've understood with the apple, you actually receive. So thank you. And thank you all for your continued participation in this process. We're not going to bring the change through the physicality so much, making phone calls, protesting, changing laws, and the rest. We're going to bring it through the dimension of energy, and you've just all participated in this process, and we hope you continue. And again, don't limit it to once a day or once a week. You can do it anytime or all the time. And this is up to you to do. But thank you very much for your participation. I think we're ready to have Alex move in. Alex, if you're still with us, hopefully you're ready to proceed and you can take the screen.
And thank you very much. So that was well done, Mark. Very well done. And please stand by for...
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you very much, everybody. Welcome to the Sunday afternoon KAKT American Knowledge Team meeting. And it's a very important meeting because it follows in the jet stream of the Knowledge Seekers workshops every Thursday and the Brazilian Knowledge Seekers workshops every Friday. And we have so many people from around the world who are supporting us in this. So if I may continue at this point, and let's see how we do here. And this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're in the advanced inertia stage, and based on all the questions, it's become very important to understand this even more. As we're today discussing momentum, for me personally, this was a very difficult thing to understand. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada, and it's March the 30th of 2025. And this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series.
Your screen hasn't changed, Alex.
I'm sorry?
On disclaimer. You're still on. That's what I'm seeing.
There it is.
That's got it.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, then. So, but you're hearing me okay, I hope.
Loud and clear.
Okay. So we are trying to distill all the knowledge from the thousands of hours of teaching, and many of us are working very diligently to condense a lot of things. But we do have new people that are coming. As our estimates, we are only referencing maybe 5 to 7% of the world's population. So we have a huge mountain to climb, and we will. But it takes more than just a few teachers that we have at this point in time, and it also begs the question: what do you teach? So we do have an entrenched knowledge in terms of our physicality, and so we're trying to get out of that trench. And last week we discussed chakra levels, and today we're going to discuss momentum because it's a very difficult thing to understand based on the explanations that we've been given. So it keeps us on the hesitancy highway because it's the lowest energy state. And we always reference to that because, we've always looked at our freedom as being westward bound. And so all the wagon trains, as we know from our immediate history in North America, has been westward ho. And of course, there are a lot of perils and we don't want to let the tumbleweeds slow us down. They do have a tendency to break our cartwheels. And, as we're continually searching for outer space and trying to relate to our history, we see that there's something about our little piece of pie in the sky. And, maybe it's the apple of Mother's eye, or maybe it's just a cartwheel that's gaining momentum on the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. But either way, it's still a little pie and it's still somewhere in the sky, and we don't really understand a lot of things. And this is our goal. And so we have to incorporate the plasma knowledge. And so initially in the books of Marin Tabakoli Keshe, like in book number 1, we discussed the universal order of the creation of matter, which is the bringing together of 3 energy states: the matter state, dark matter state, and the antimatter state. And when we wonder where that come from, well, fortunately, there was book number 2, and it talked about the structure of the light. And so when we think about light, structure does not come to mind. But when we see the light coming and going, it definitely implies duality. So this is something that momentum plays a big part in. And then something else happens. As we see in book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, the one splits up into 2. And in this particular picture, that one leads to its demise. And so if that leads to its demise and creates the other 2, how do they sustain themselves? And so that becomes a big question. And mankind has been forever trying to figure out how to sustain himself. And so as we see in the picture here from the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for Justice and World Peace, which Rick Raman and the Universal Council have been trying for 371 weeks to bring it together, food is important. Well, of course, water is as well. Air, well, that's really important. And it'd be nice to have a nice place to stay. And yet here we are in the year 2025, and we're still discussing essentials. And why is that? And does it have something to do with the fact that not only are we on the hesitancy highway, but that highway is overrun with bandits? So that's why we need commandments. So these are the 10 commandments, and it's assumed that they're for us. So not for dogs or pigeons or for chickens or cows. These are for us. And then we start to get an inkling that something's missing. There's another 14 commandments missing. And so we see that there's an incompleteness into our learning. And maybe there are other problems with that. So why can't we get on the transmutation highway with our learning? So we see that at the basis is only the carbon-12, which is one of the elements on the periodic table, but there's other. For instance, carbon-14 and carbon-10, and carbon-16 and carbon-6. And we find on each level that they total up to be 24. So somehow, some way, the bottom level, which only has carbon-12, is missing 12. And 12 and 12 is 24, which interestingly enough is the same number of commandments, and they were also missing. So there's a big part of the picture that we're missing. So maybe it's in the background, or maybe we're just not seeing the inertia table and how it's affecting us. We're only seeing half the picture, and we're trying to figure out what that picture really looks like. And in our physicality, Fortunately, we have a left side and a right side, so we think we can see the whole picture, but can we see the rest of the person that's hidden behind? Can we see where that person is connected to? Or can we see what the motives are of that person? So how do we determine our consistency? And a lot of people think that the only consistency that we have is in a chaotic, random consistency, where what we're trying to achieve is a practical understanding. And in order to do that, we have to clarify the scientific consistency and the religious consistency. So there are efforts underway to clarify that. And in that process, it becomes kind of obscure, because what we don't see is what is the factor that is at play. And so there's relationships, and this is the key. So fundamentally in the plasma science, the magnetical and gravitational relationship is in a balance, and we call that a mag graph. But is it absolutely equal? Or is it just a relationship that is balanced? So in scientific responsibility, we keep talking about conservation, magnetic fields versus the energy fields. And in the spiritual scientific community, we talk about the spirit and the soul and that other foo-foo state, the dream state. So somehow the plasma science has to add to the knowledge by bringing together the relationship of these two scientific communities. And there is a rate of change. But what is that rate of change? And is it fast enough? And is it gathering momentum? Many people think so. And how is it gathering momentum? And what is the basis of that? And what does momentum mean? And if you're an athlete and you're playing a team sport and you find that your team is losing, and then an event happens and it changes the emotional context of the match. And you say, oh, the other team has lost their momentum, or maybe your team has gained momentum. And what exactly is that? Can you package it and put it in a bag? Wouldn't that be great? Oh, your team gained all the momentum and won the game. Let's package that and maybe we could sell it at the chip stand. So we see that creation is part of something, and we don't really understand it. So we rely on vehicles of understanding, vehicles of transportation, vehicles kind of carry our momentum to various places. And so we're called the four-wheelers of creation, which is kind of almost insulting, but we deserve it, because here we are not understanding the relationship between the creation and decay and how it happens to work on one part of the picture, but on the other part that is unseen, we have the same balance. And so the one picture is balanced by the other picture, and that creates an inertia field which is bound together. And since we can't see it and we can't understand it and we can't explain it, then we have to fudge it. And that becomes our bonding fudge factor. And it all has to do with the relationship with our intensity and our outensity. So this is where we have the problem as we look at our history and as we head west as pioneers. We wonder, are we looking at the reality, or are we just seeing a reflection or an illusion? What exactly are we striving for? We do see the eagles soaring, though. So where are they going? So somehow, some way, there is a plasma inertia junction. And we have to take that into account where we have one track coming together with another track. And this becomes part of the transition. And in order to facilitate that, we're not specifying if it's up or down. We're just going to hit a medium point where we have this transfer state dimension. Now, in the physicality, in the computer world, in the scientific world, we may call this the NP junction. NP stands for neutral, negative, and P for positive. And the junction takes care of the neutral point, the crossover point. So we have a transition from the negative to the positive, but somehow there has to be a feedback from the positive to the negative. And it has to go through this junction we call the NP junction. Okay, well, that's great. So now we have a junction, but, you know, how do we move on that track? And then how do we get to the other track? And how do we get back? Or do we just fall off the track? So there are a lot of changes. So maybe to help our understanding, we talked a lot about gradients and the charge. So the charge is negative or positive. And so there has to be a junction where the negative and the positive are in balance. And we often refer to this as the polar momentum. So we understand that energy is mass in motion. So when we look at the polar express, we see that it goes from the positive, and let's say in this case, the surface of the sun, and it emanates energy. And of course, the flowing of the energy out is negative. But in order to maintain its containment within that polar momentum, it does have to kind of rotate. So in that rotation, there is still a motion, and that motion is the gradient charge that goes from the positive to the negative. And we all understand that, you know, if we've ever slid down a hill, top of the hill being positive, the bottom being negative, and down you go, and it's a slippery slope. But we all know that we can get back up. But what happens if we have a collision or we have what we call a perpendicular momentum? And then something curtails our gradient charge in that linear direction. And so it kind of curls it over. So we still have the mass in motion, but now it's impacted from the side. And it changes our relationship. And it creates a rotating field at the outer extremity of the emission. And interestingly enough, we have different layers. And so these layers are also rotating. And so there's a stacking of layers. So we have perpendicular motion and we have multiple layers. And so we still have this gradient charge. But then it comes to a point where that rotating field maintains its containment by having a gradient momentum where it can actually depart, get separated, because the energy is still going from the positive to negative and it's still continuing. It doesn't just come down the gradient and then that's it. You sliding down the hill may be sliding alone. But you better keep going, because in the universe, there's a lot of people sliding behind you, and they're going to come crashing into you. So you better keep moving. So this gradient momentum has to keep going. And then at some point in time, as we know, birds leave the nest. And how come that bird leaves the nest? Where's it going? Well, it has to create another nest. And so that nest becomes a containment. And within that containment is another rotating field, and the cycle repeats. And as the bird grows, and as the nest is built, it's gaining momentum. Well, isn't that wonderful? And it does it bit by bit. Maybe the bird nest is made from grass, one blade of grass at a time. And at some point in time, the blade of grass, which is a linear momentum, becomes a rotating field. Call it the nest. So the nest has gained momentum. And is that it? Is that the end? Well, we know it's not, because then the birds lay some eggs and the system grows. So the plasma rule is the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so this rotating field of containment, many of us view that as a conflict point. But this containment is actually a binding zone. And it can take on a life of its own and then eventually depart. And this is the point. Because whether it's conflict or whether it's a binding zone, it has to derive its momentum somehow, which means that the energy has to keep coming. And if the energy keeps coming, it means that that coming of energy has a momentum. Okay, so we have a linear momentum, we have a rotating momentum. And how does this all work then? And when we don't understand, or when we're told certain things, we know that that energy is necessary for our binding. So since it's ours, it's self-serving. But do we have to do that at the expense of others? Because their binding is also self-serving. And so this becomes a problem in our humanity civilization, because we have a rotating field. We call it the earth. And on this earth, we have a humanity civilization, which is also a rotating field. And it has many layers. It has many colors. And it has many contagious issues, because each of us is dependent on the life forces that this planet gives. And it needs to be consistent. It needs to be subsistent. We need to have enough air, water, food, and shelter, and space, so that we can extend our humanity civilization. And so we're gaining momentum. But through wars and other subterfuge, we lose that momentum. And so in an athletic sport, it's a lot of fun to watch. It's entertainment. But fighting for this planet is not a matter of entertainment. And is it for our own self-serving needs? So scientifically, there is a principle called the exclusion principle. And it's an interesting name, because how do you exclude yourself from the universe? Do you just pop out of there like a cork out of a wine bottle? You can hear the pop. Maybe it pops so hard it hits the ceiling and bounces on the floor behind a Chesterfield or something, and it's gone. But Mr. Pauly did not formulate his exclusion principle on the basis of classical theories or dynamic principles, but stated it as a simple postulate that no two electrons in an atom can share the same set of 4 quantum numbers. Let's call that dimensions. And so according to that principle, an orbital can only hold a maximum of 2 electrons with opposing spins. Well, doesn't that put a spin on our discussion? And here's another one, the Aufbau principle. This principle states that electrons will occupy lower energy orbitals before moving on to higher energy orbitals. Well, doesn't that make sense? Because when you're starting, right, you're starting at the lowest energy state. So if you want to elevate to go to a higher energy state, you have to gain momentum. Yeah, okay. So now we understand maybe a little bit different our core dependency. So on our magnetical position, we see the electron as being magnetical, but there's also positron. Well, that would work with the exclusion principle. And on the gravitational side, we see the neutron and the proton. Well, that would also kind of work. And on the gravitational, of course, being of the lowest energy. Oh, but is it the lowest energy? And then moving higher, the magnetical, well, is the magnetical the higher energy? Okay, so we're having a little problem here trying to figure out, are we referencing me or are we referencing my shadow? Because we're trying to exclude something from this discussion. And that's what we've been doing all our life. We're only looking at part of the picture. And so we can try these pathways of energy, right? We have athletic tracks. As a track star, maybe you have to run down a lane. Or as a football player, you have to stay within the bylines. Or you run around the track. Well, don't the planets do that? They run around in orbits, but each orbit has its own orbital. And atoms do the same thing. The electrons rotate around the nucleus, and they have their own orbitals. And then, of course, we have our own arenas. And so these are all places that we gather and set up pathways, and they're all kind of contrived because they're man-made. And so we see the stress, the conflict, the heat, the pressure. And so how does that relate to the MAGRAV pathways, which we're talking about force fields of attraction and repulsion? The attraction being gravitational intensity and the repulsion being magnetical outtensity. The attraction is the feedback because the repulsion is the feeding. And that is the difference between the electron and the neutron. So it also depends on your point of view. And of course, there are two views. So can we get this magnetical consistency to understand that not only is there a linear momentum that comes from the source and extends out, so going from the gravitational neutron to the magnetical electron, but also there's a perpendicular force which creates a rotating field. And so the motion from one side to the other side isn't a straight line, but is actually curved. And the reason for it is because there's a consistency of the tensity between the neutron and the electron. So regardless of wherever it is on that orbital, its position remains within the balance of the intensity and the outtensity. And it is that momentum that keeps it within range. So there are ways of moving in that range without releasing from that range. But we do know that if that field has enough energy, has enough rotational capacity, that it will release. And it will maintain its own consistency. Okay, then. Well, so what are we talking about? We're talking about momentum. And this is a gradient momentum. And so if we were to look at this rotating field, momentum has to do with magnitude and direction. And so you can think of like a cartwheel that's turning or a ball and string, where the rotating is going from a higher to a lower. So just like you sliding down a hill, you're going from the higher to the lower. So the gradient momentum is there, and that can be measured. So momentum in physics is a measure of an object's mass in motion, calculated as a product of its mass and velocity. It's a vector quantity, meaning it has both magnitude and direction. And so what is the moment arm? Because this is often referred to as a lever arm. It's the perpendicular distance between a joint, say in the context of exercise, a biomechanical exercise. Let's say you're doing a curl, and a line of force. So your arm is the momentum arm, and it's moving, and it has a force. So if you're doing an arm curl, you're obviously lifting your arm. But if you're going from a higher to a lower, and then you're going the opposite direction. So we have a conservation of momentum. That's right. It states that with some problem domain, the amount of momentum remains constant. It's like the speed of light, it's constant. Momentum is neither created nor destroyed, but only changed through the action of forces as described by Newton's law of motion. Well, I thought my sports team was winning because they gained momentum, and the other team, oh, well, of course. My team's momentum gained at the expense of the other team. So the loss of momentum on the other team plus the gain of momentum on my team remains constant. Well, isn't that interesting? Where is the rest of the energy coming from? Because if we're only dealing with conservation of momentum, aren't we kind of excluding ourselves from the rest of the picture? there's something wrong. And this is the problem with the conservation of inertia, because it deals with MAGRAV energy transfer states. And so we've seen that we can have an atomic state, a nanostate, and a GAN state, which are all different energy states. And there is a balance of the magnetical gravitational force on one side and the magnetical gravitational force on the other side. But if we don't specify which side, then somehow, some way, we can change energy states. So is that all attributed to momentum? Or does it have something to do with the matter-gen convergence susceptibility? And then we get angular momentum. And this is a real stumbling block, because it's defined as the property of any rotating object given by the motion of inertia times the angular velocity. And it is a property of the rotating body given by the product of the moment of inertia and the angular velocity of the rotating object. And so the reason they call it angular momentum, of course, is because it is tethered. So if it wasn't tied like a ball and string, it would just keep going. But it doesn't. It doesn't keep going in a straight line. It falls from a higher state to a lower state. It changes the angle. It changes the relationship. And so angular momentum is the rotational analog of linear momentum. Yeah, so there's a limit, right? We hit the outer limit, so we have a perpendicular force which is imparting an angular momentum. And it is an important physical quantity because it is conserved quantity. Oh, here we go. So the total angular momentum of a closed system remains constant. Angular momentum has both a direction and a magnitude, and both are conserved. So by changing the direction, do we change the magnitude? Or are there other factors? And how can you have a closed system? Well, maybe you can exclude yourself from the universe. Just pop that cork. And so we have a conservation of angular momentum. And that equals the moment of inertia plus the angular velocity. So in order to maintain a balance, the relationship of the angular momentum is inversely proportional to the angular velocity. Now, where have we seen that before? Well, in the color of light, isn't it? The wavelength and the frequency is inversely proportional. In all cases, the moment of inertia is conserved. So therefore, by definition, the moment of inertia is a combination of the angular momentum and the angular velocity. The moment of inertia is a byproduct of two fields coming together. And isn't that what we did with the cups of life? We brought the cup 1 and we brought cup 2 together. And within them, we had matter state, nanostate, and we created GAN state. And so the GANs became the product of our setup. And we created many different GANSs. And all of these became a radiance manifestation, a byproduct, an inertia product, such as carbon dioxide GANs, calcium GANs, zinc and copper, water, amino acid, and even gold, just to name a few. But From our point of view, what's really important in our track are containment. We have a soul. And that soul adds to the emotion and the physicality. And so each track becomes part of the containment within another track. And so there has been a change of momentum. Sometimes we're excited, and sometimes we're depressed. And sometimes we feel we can conquer the world, and other times we're suicidal. So is the balance between those who are depressed and those who are excited balanced? Does that conserve momentum? Or what about the one-track cup of the universe? If we have the left side of the brain and the right side of the brain, and they come together, do we have the conservation of momentum there? The integration of the two sides, the hemispheric synchronization, the coherence, the coming together, the inertia of our physical presence coming together from the cup of the universe. Our physical presence not only being a maggrav, balance, but also being a conservation of inertia, a product of two fields. So in physics, we think of the left side of the brain and the right side of the brain as the mind being the builder. But that seems to be the only half of the picture, because we know that the Earth was here before we got here. And how did that happen? And so when we look at the grand central junction of the Earth ganses, we see that we can create a gans of every element on the periodic table, and every element on the periodic table constitutes part of the Earth space. And we are also part of that Earth space. So our embodiment of the Earth space range details is contained within our physicality. But when we look at the periodic table of elements, there's a consistency. There are protons and neutrons and electrons, and there are mass. And then there is a gradient charge based on density, based on mass. Where did we get the momentum from? Oh, that's right. The Earth is rotating. Oh, yes, that's right. Yes, the Earth is also rotating around the sun. So there are two rotations, one around the sun and one around the axis. So in the beginning, we had the neutron, and that came before the atom and the PM tick. And when we look out into what we call outer space, which is not really, it's just our inner space, we come from the darkness. We say, let there be light. Okay. So what we see in terms of light is only half the picture. What we don't see is where it came from. But it came from in the beginning. And it came as a PM tick. But many PM ticks came, and they were all magnetic, and they all converged together and created the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter, and they all converged together in a maggrav form. But it could not manifest in its physicality until it had a place to go to. And so our Earth space consistency had to manifest in physicality as well. And then the integration of the energy from our maggrav and the Earth's maggrav comes together as an inertia field interaction, which we call physicality. So we understand then the inertia field is a product of the arrival of all of this energy. And so this matter plasma dimension becomes a total sum of the momentum. And we see this momentum in different energy states because we have multiple layers. One layer is physical. We can touch it and we can see it, but another layer is plasmatic. And although we can't touch it or see it, it's still part of us. And so we have to understand that this matter is a manifestation and it's a representation of the inertia field, whether that inertia field is a feeding field or is a feedback field. And either way that we look at it, we are seeing it only as a feedback field because we only believe our experiences. But there is a gravitational confirmation. As we said, let there be light. And where did that come from? And we've seen this hydrogen. Well, we can't see the hydrogen. It's a clear gas. But it gives us an emission spectrum. It's its own fingerprint. And so that becomes a gravitational inertia field. Well, you know, oxygen is the same way. It has a gravitational inertia field, and it has a unique fingerprint, and it is a gravitational confirmation. So as these things are coming together, we start to realize that there are multiple dimensions, and when they come together, each is an inertia field. So each one is a product of two. So 1 plus 1, not the same one, plus another one, a different one, and plus another one, still different. And they come together and they create more than 3. But that 3 is only 1 because it's a product of the other 3. But it's more than 3 because we still have the other products. So the inertia field maintains its momentum by being fed by these other inertia fields. So we have the belief feeding dimensions and the experience feedback dimensions. So as an observer, how do we function? Well, we only depend on our feedback. This has to change because without change, we can't justify our momentum. You see, because the inertia feeding feeds 1, where 1 plus 1 equals 1. But which one? It doesn't specify. So it's entirely possible that one has more momentum than the other one. And if my team is gaining momentum and winning, and the other team is losing momentum and losing the game, what's the other momentum doing? Oh, those are the fans. And some fans are cheering and some fans are crying. And so all together, we all fit in that arena. And so we have a really good old time. Aren't we having fun? And so here we are with our own gravitational confirmation. And let there be humanity. Well, that's pretty good, isn't it? And so what? So what we find is that there's a nuclear feeding inertia. And it's a coming together of these fields, and it's a rotating field. And each field that comes together is coming together from the matter state, antimatter state, and the dark matter state. And each of those has fragments. So each one is a fragment of the complexity. but each one is a byproduct of the different energy fields. And it isn't just straightforward like that, because there's a lot of variety. We have 8 billion people on this planet, and they're all unique. But, how many insects do we have? How many animals do we have? How many plants do we have? How many fish? So the numbers are really incredible, hard to imagine from our little tiny perfect world. So where did all that momentum come from? And how do we maintain it in our little tiny perfect world? So this gradient momentum is a rotating field going from the higher to the lower. And think of it as a cartwheel or a ball and string. So a cartwheel is a gymnastic movement, right? Where you rotate your body sideways in a horizontal plane. So whether you put one hand and then the other touching the ground as you move. But you can't go very far with one cartwheel in your cart. Even 2, well, I guess 2 could be like a sulky. But 4 would be preferred, because that would be like a buggy. And then, of course, that's what we are. We're the 4-wheelers. We have a circular momentum. So we like to do our cartwheels, or maybe think like tumbleweeds, or maybe plasma fields when you see our world coming together with a circular momentum. So it's a combination of the linear and the circular, but it's moving. So when the Earth rotates around its axis, today is not the same as it was yesterday. And tomorrow will not be the same again, because the Earth is moving on its orbit around the sun. And this year will not be the same as last year, nor will it be the same as next year, because the Earth and the sun are rotating. So with this movement now, it's no longer circular. It has a spiral momentum. It's like a cartwheel, but with a twist. So what makes a tumbleweed a tumbleweed? Well, because it keeps blowing across the pasture. It keeps on moving. And that is the same with the plasma field. Maybe on a soccer field, you see how come the soccer balls are moving? They're round. And they stay round, but they move. And they don't have an orbital like our Earth. But if you track the orbital with a spiral movement, you get a helical coil. And that is the structure of our DNA and our RNA. And then we have a perpendicular relationship between the RNA and the DNA. And you say, well, wait a second. These are inertia products. And so when we look at momentum, we relate it to acceleration. And this is where the problem comes in, because that is a relationship of force and mass. And we talked that before, because it allows to make calculations. We calculate vectors, collisions, angular momentum. We calculate torque, long-range forces, and of course, the moment of inertia. So the moment of inertia is the acceleration and the movement and the angular momentum combined. So think of the angular momentum as a falling. And if it's falling, It's falling into increased density. Because we all know that when a satellite orbits around the Earth, each subsequent orbit has a one step closer to the surface of the Earth. And each step closer to the surface of the Earth, we know that the density of the air increases. So if we look at the angular momentum as a falling through increased density, and we know that as we increase the density, then we also increase the pressure. We know that the higher we go up the mountain, the less air pressure we have. The deeper we go in the water, the greater the pressure we have. So as we increase the density and as we increase the pressure, well, of course, we increase the gravity. So we have to think of angular momentum as a falling into increased gravity. And so when we looked at our chakras and we see how they went around, well, they had a movement. So you in your physicality, you can move and your aura comes with you. But in order for your aura to maintain that angular momentum, then we have to go through the whole gamut of emotions, because that's what our aura represents. Everything from peace and serenity to anger and warmongering and all points in between. And so these are all parts of angular momentum, because our emotions rise up and we become excited. Our emotions drop down and we become depressed. And then once we become depressed, then maybe we build ourselves up and we become excited. But, where do you go from there? Well, after excitement, then you get depressed again. And that's the circle of life. And depending on where you are in that life, it's your angular momentum is represented, and so you govern yourself accordingly. But there's a balance. There's a conservation of angular momentum. So if you're unhappy, someone else is happy. And you say, well, they're happy because it's at my expense. Well, my unhappiness is at their expense. Think about that. I have taken away their unhappiness. And now I'm burdened with their unhappiness, and I claim it to be mine. And they say, well, thank you very much. I claim your happiness, and I claim it to be mine. And so we have a conservation of the angular momentum. Isn't that wonderful? So density has a momentum, and it's part of the inertia density, the inertia being a product. And so when we talk about the density momentum, it involves a falling. The rotation is a falling. And as we gain density momentum, it appears that we are accelerating. And so we could say that we're falling faster. But in terms of a rotating field, we keep going because we keep rotating to the other side. We create a circular field, a circular plasmatic field, and then we become an independent. We pull away. So this density momentum has to be maintained. And the inertia density then is added to or diminished from. Well, if we're adding to or diminishing from, how can we maintain a conservation of momentum? because that is part of the exclusion process where you just pop the cork out of life and away you go and you work within your containment. In order to maintain your containment, in order for you to maintain your conservation of momentum, you have to be able to maintain the adding to and the diminishing from of energy. So that density then has a gradient charge, and it becomes an inertia accommodation. So when you have inertia at that 0 point, there's no change in angular momentum. So you could say that at that point, you have a conservation of momentum. And you could relate that as a catalytic conservation. Isn't that what a catalytic converter does? It allows it to exchange energy without being consumed. Well, isn't that what the sun is doing? The sun comes up every day and gives us the beautiful rays of sunshine. And it does this every single day. And it doesn't get consumed. It doesn't require fuel. And the reason we have a catalytic converter in our four-wheelers is because we are not burning up the fuel efficiently. So we have to burn it off. In other words, we're wasting our density gradient in that process, and we're calling it catalytic conversion. And we write it off as a catalytic conservation. Nice. So when we look at the density, so up in the sky, we see that gravity seeks density. But then, because the magnetical is feeding, it too is seeking density. Well, how can that be? Isn't that a contradiction? How can one seek density and the other seek density? So in order to maintain the momentum, the circular momentum, there has to be a balance between the magnetical and gravitational field. And there's a pushing and a pulling. And isn't this what happens with our chakra levels? As we are trying to navigate through our physicality and running the gamut of motions, and we're changeable from minute to minute. And as we learn, maybe we'll learn how to do things, or maybe we'll learn how not to do things, or maybe we learn what we need to find out, or maybe we learn what we've been forbidden from finding out. And how does that affect your cornflakes? How do you like me now? And what is the chakra level that you're at that point? So the attraction is a taking, and it's balanced by the giving. So you're pulling and you're enabling, and you become positive and you become gravitational. That's what's important. And so the chakra levels that you have are balanced by the chakra levels of all of humanity, but not just, because there's an impact with the rest of the earth space, because the entire earth space of which we are part of also has chakra levels, and they affect us. And there's a connection So whether we see it or not, whether we see the tether that is holding the ball and the rope together to facilitate this angular momentum, we find that we have to take other things into account. And so the repulsion becomes the giving. It's balanced by the taking. And it's a pushing out. And once it's pushing out, it's trying to accommodate. And it becomes a negative charge. It's magnetical. And so we have this momentum, and it's a battle. It's a battle between our attention and our contention. And it's reflected in what we retain and what is our intention. And to balance off the magnetical gravitational fields, we become dominant in terms of whether we're feeding or feedback. And becomes a preoccupation because we're hooked on the inertia and the unity. And it's all based on path link and susceptibility, where our emotion of attention and the emission of our retention interacts to create an emission of intention. And that's what we're giving. But it also creates a balance of contention, which is a contention of equality. So I give you what I want. And I also give you what you need. And what I want is to fulfill your need. And the only way that I can do that is if I don't need it. So we all have to make a decision on what do we really need and what do we really want and how do we balance off this contention of equality, because we can't just be equal within our own realm. There are different planes by axis. There's the polar plane, the equatorial plane, and there's a rotating plane. And each one has its own momentum. And they all work together and they affect our chakras. We have to understand that because it isn't just a physical thing, it's an emotional thing as well. So if the emotion has an emotional momentum and we understand the physical momentum because we can measure it, then we have to understand that the chakras are a representation in terms of our overall momentum. And so our physicality becomes a representation of that as an inertia field. And the colors mean something in terms of emotion and the translation of it. So are we leaking or are we absorbing? Are we increasing our energy field? Are we decreasing it? Are we stealing it? All these factors come into play. And how balanced are we? And can you always be at the highest energy state? Well, if you're riding this roller coaster of emotion, pick your plane. Pick your x-axis or your y-axis or your z-axis. And just, choose your circular path. Or absorb the entire spectrum. Understand that you are not only the giver, but you are the taker, and you are the difference maker. And what we see in our physicality is only a small part. So it isn't just what we see, it's what we feel as well. And when we talk about feelings, we are talking about the emotions. So these emotions are beyond the range of vision. And the scope is from the high frequency to the low frequency. So think of that as an angular momentum of falling into higher density. So if that is a higher falling into a lower and becoming more dense, it also means becoming more gravitational. And so the reason is because there is a calling, a wanting. By having the magnetical deficiency in terms of energy absorption, the gravitational can feed the magnetical. And then that magnetical can be elevated. And we all need help. And we all need to understand that if you want help, you have to enlist the services of a higher power. So the matter state inertia is coming together, not only of the feedback from our physicality, but also from the soul of physicality, and also from the soul. And so each one is gaining a kind of momentum, but we sometimes short circuit that feedback and we become hooked into that lower energy state. So how do we maintain that momentum? So we have to understand that even though we are ignoring the feeding that is coming from the universe, that is coming from our soul, fortunately, that feeding continues. That momentum continues. Unconditional. It's only our interpretation that is imparting these conditions, and it's limiting our horizons. So we are never satisfied, and we're always hungry. And it's very important to be hooked on life, because we were created for a purpose. So the killing of another violates universal law. And the killing of yourself by suicide is even worse. It violates universal law, but it carries a lot more momentum. And it's not good. So the earth space matter state inertia is a combination of all the different fragments of the complexity, and each one on its own has that same capacity and probability to contribute to the whole. Without criticism, without any comment on whether it's big or it's small, because all the fragments are equal, all equal in their contribution. All of humanity is equal as part of the humanity civilization. And so this is where we run into a problem, because some think they're more equal than others. And so they like the product where 1 + 1 + 1 is more than 3. And so all for one and all for me. So They like that inertia to field strength ratio. And it's always just taking, and you maintain that momentum. But from our observer's point of view, there are field strength ratios we have to take into account. The matter state plasma and the matter state inertia. And balance it off with the matter state physicality and the matter state gravitational stability. Each one is an inertia field, and each one is part of the conservation of energy. But it's not in isolation. It's part of the universe. So 1 + 1 + 1, it's more than 4. How much more? Well, you know, it all depends. It all depends on the observer's field strength susceptibility, you know. Are you the gravitational neutron, or, you know, are you believing your experiences? Shortchanging yourself, in other words, which leads to mechanical failures, right? Because in order to avoid those things, we have to have quality control, where all the components contribute to the whole. So it's important for us to have good designs, have good recipes. Purity is important. Any failure here leads to an overall mechanical failure. But it's a two-way street. So each one of us is a maggrav plus the magnetical emission, which is part of the outensity. And each one of us is also a maggrav plus the gravitational absorption of the intensity. And so that's a balance. And we maintain our momentum within those two boundaries. And yet we can also go beyond those boundaries. We're not contained within them, but we are contained in this earth-space transmutation state. And we have to understand that the momentum that we have in this transmutation state is being fed. So it isn't just dependent on that angular momentum and how we calculate it, because it's moving. It's not stationary. It is rotating. Every single PM tick is coming by a different path at a different time. And no two are the same. And each one is contributing. So the outer space transmutation state involves all three of these dimensions coming together, and each one has its own momentum. And that momentum is fed by the feeding of the universe and the feedback of our earth state. And we are an integral part of that. And that becomes a new revelation because the things are the way they are for a reason. And just because we don't understand that reason, we know that things are the way they are. And when those things are broken, then they need to be fixed. So somehow, some way, there is this black hole transmutation where we see there's an energy field on one side that is balanced off by the energy field on the other side. And depending on the pH and of that field, it creates an interdependency. And it's balanced as a conservation of energy. But that's just in the physicality. But what if we have a balance between the physicality and the plasma state? And then what happens if we have on the plasma state a balance on one side that's magnetical on the balance, on the other side is gravitational, and all points in between. So when we look at the inertia of the mind, we have to see that it's a product of the soul of the man as an inertia field and the soul of the earth as an inertia field. And those two coming together create the physicality of man. But the physicality of man becomes an inertia field, and the physicality of the earth becomes an inertia field. So either the soul of physicality is missing or the soul of the man is missing. But it's not missing because we have the physicality. So what is missing? The missing is us. We don't know how to read the map. There's a roadmap to the plasma highway where we have the feeding from the universe of 80%, and the feedback is giving us the other 20%. And generally, there's nothing wrong with that because life is for living. Life is for learning. As you go through life, you gain momentum. And so that is fulfilling the other 20%. But if you go through life and you don't see the difference, you want to maintain that exclusion principle and say, well, you know, I'm going to take care of my business and, you know, good luck with that. And so we find that the plasma fader is where we become disconnected. And the soul is impurity based. Feeding back to the soul. So the soul continues to feed. It is unconditional. The soul of physicality is running as an intermediary and is playing with our emotion. And so the universe is created with a true emotion, a purity of the soul. It exists from energy, and that energy is a charge because it's a charge in motion. So that charge tells you which direction it's going because that energy is always in motion. And if it's in motion, then it has to go from somewhere to somewhere else. So all things are working in combination. So whether it's the creation of matter with three things coming together, like the matter state, antimatter, and dark matter, or with two magravs coming together, and then whatever you have is a product of the inertia. But that inertia needs to be maintained. It needs to keep its momentum. And the only way it can do that is by giving and taking from other fields. And so that becomes our soul food. We need to tune in. Each of us has our own channel, and we need to turn on to those forces and drop out of our resistance. All we have to do is provide the pattern, and we get the energy. But which pattern is that? Is it the pattern you make with your finger painting? Or is that the pattern that you make with your emission of intention? And when we find out that our intention is not the intention that we were taught, and we find that we was robbed, been done wrong, one can get seriously angry because there's a truth to power gradient. And it too is inversely proportional. So we find that something is true or tends to be true for the sake of your beliefs. So you play the game how you want. Many like the game of deception, where their game is between hypocrisy and inconsistency. So you run an experiment to prove one thing. And everything is fine until you come to that conclusion and it's substituted. 10 people run the same experiment. And they all come with different conclusions. How is that? There's no consistency there, is there? So that substitution is the transference of the gravitational dominance. At the point of substitution, that intensity equals 0 and the out tensity equals 0. But the gravitational conformation remains. And that gravitational conformation also dissolves because that substitution point is within the black hole field. So that allows us to go from the atomic state to the monatomic state to the polyatomic state to the field state and then beyond. But it also allows us to go in the other direction. And there we have a barrier, our physicality, our earth state. And when we can break through what we call that barrier, the Coulomb barrier, and we can also progress one step beyond in that direction. And why not? If we're trying to balance things off, we have to be able to go in two directions. So here we are 1 year later beyond Sanya, where we have this earth-space consistency, where we can see we can create gold. And one man's garbage is another man's gold. So there's always a balance. So we see the small spheres of matter state where we're trying to achieve a earth-space consistency. And we're kind of upside down when we look at the graphs of our intentions, of our little adult brains. And we see that our souls are suppressed, but our physicality is enhanced. And so we find that we cling on to things like a burr and carry baggage. We have to liberate ourselves, not just physically, because the physical part is the emotion, is the inertia field, the inertia product. So we're looking at the balance of the fields, MAGRAV fields. Our planet is looking for the balance as well. And it's a blue planet. It's very gravitational. And it is giving. It is a giving planet. So we need to establish the pH of peace on this planet. And we are trying with the Keshe Plasma research teams to bring together the advanced scientists around the world to straighten out our understanding the conservation of energy, the conservation of momentum, understanding the conservation of transmutation. And as we've gone on this series of 3 months from February to April on the transmutation flight training, we've done 2, 1 more to go. Please join us for the next and see the results of the transmutation, where the range transition transcends the inertia field and the transmutation dimensions. And so these laws of conservation govern the covalent, the trivalent, and the tetravalent bonding attributes. So the containment of inertia is manifest through the contention of equality. The soul of man cannot be abandoned nor compromised, and the color of man is based on the integration with the soul of the man. This is the integrity of man. We don't need to rely on anything else. We just need to set up our antennas to get that message feeding and that feedback manifestation, tune our transmission, and we will get the transition that we need, where we understand that we selected one force and is magnetical and is balanced by the force selection of another, which is gravitational. The resulting selections feed the MAGRAV manifestation. So the selection manifestation is predetermined. So by enlarging the schemes of reference, we could change the momentum. And your mission of intention consistently affects a standard folding deviation and allows no room for war. You can make a choice, choose the peace dome of intention. And we see that the transmutation manifests in balance with the peace dome. So by increasing our schemes of reference, we can participate with the augmented reality where there's a flux and a flow towards, to, into, within, through, out of, and from every charge, every form, and all matter or substance. Intensify and extensify what we are. We are and we need to be connected. We cannot be extricated. That connection supports the flux of continuous change. And that connection is hooked on life, the greater oneness. And appears it's going to be a sudden transcending of the limitations of nuclear science. Well, that sudden has been for 583 weeks in a row with the Knowledge Seekers workshops of the Keshe Foundation. This is the Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers, learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a world peace treaty. We need to sign it with a pen, with a soul, and with our true intention. And we ask ourselves, is the momentum of inertia a paradigm starter or stopper? So self-importance is the feedback inertia of adulation. Is the peace dome of outer space an umbrella or a fountain? Is the inertia of the present governed by the dimensions of history? How do we impart the importance of self in a universal context? Or tradition doesn't allow us to do things better. So we have to supplant tradition with the momentum of the new physical transmission dimensions. Plasma science is delivered daily via the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. Thank you all for allowing me to present.
Well, thank you, Alex, for sharing your understanding of the plasma technology. Let's see if our participants, and they do go far and wide, from Canada to Brazil, from Austria, Germany, the United States to South Africa. Let's see if any of the participants have a question for you or a clarification on what you've presented.
Yes, I would like to try to clarify my understanding, if Alex wouldn't mind.
Hi, Gail. Go ahead.
Hello, Alex. Thank you for a very interesting thing, which I am kind of attributing it to the movement of a magrav around a star, for example. In the book I read, I think book 2, I was reading that light, when it's like a magrav moving, it does not bend, but it finds positioning, continual positioning. Is that what you were describing with the momentum?
That's right. Yes.
Okay. So it's not bending, it's positioning, infinitely positioning, always, always.
Well, it may be going in a direction, but it doesn't necessarily go in a straight line. I mean, I'm pretty sure that most of us are not navigating our lives in a straight line. We have to navigate the crooked line to get to our destination sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to say. It's just, if I'm thinking about it correctly, I would have very, very small vector each and every time that it positions itself. So it looks like it's bending.
Well, it has to bend because you cannot go from a straight line to a circular motion. You know, the problem goes back to our mathematics. You know, we talk about, you know, the Pythagorean, you know, formulas, and
Mhm.
that's all good with angular momentum. But what happens when we get into the spiral momentum? And, you know, which direction are you going? You know, are you going from left to right or up or down, or are you just going around in a circle? And can you extricate yourself from the rest of the universe? Can you, you know, just say, well, you know, I'm just going to exclude myself from this picture here, and you know, so I'm going to be a non-participant. Really? How can you be a non-participant? Imagine if all of us were non-participants.
Trying not to look at one another. It's crazy. I think part of it was, I'm just trying to remember, because it's going by a Magrav, okay, light is Magrav, Magrav is a Magrav. So if you are going by a star, if you didn't have a magnetosphere, you would become part of the star and its magnetosphere. So
No,
the idea is the momentum and the direction. If you're being pulled as a Magrav, you're going to continually change your direction to go around that corner or whatever the star is positioning itself as.
that's right. You'll be swayed,
Yes, you'd be swayed.
right? Yeah, and you know, who's your favorite idol, right? And so why is it not you? But what I just want to correct one thing, because we all have our magnetosphere. The magnetosphere is our containment,
Right.
and that is a negative charge. And so anytime that you come in contact with another magrav, then there's a uh, like poles, and like poles repel.
Mhm.
So that causes a course change. But if your constitution is weak, then you in fact become susceptible to the gravitational force. You ignore the magnetical force. and in fact, you wouldn't even see it. So you get pulled in. And so there's two ways to get pulled in. Either you allow it, or that force is very, very strong by many orders of magnitude. However, when we look at the fragments of the complexity, we find that even the smallest carries a very strong negative charge. So it can affect the whole picture.
So it is positioning in a way.
Yeah, it all depends on the constitution. If it's a strong constitution, in other words, containing a vast amount of energy and integrity, so how can it do that? Well, it has to have a higher spin. It has to have a higher density,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
And it has to have a higher field strength in terms of its ability to give, because it is so tiny. So in order for it to give a lot, it has to take a lot. So its momentum becomes radically larger. right? Because something that is huge, it needs a lot of energy to maintain its hugeness. But it's giving a lot of energy, but it's all consumed in the maintenance of its momentum. But something that's very, very tiny has a lot of power.
Yeah, especially if it's a dot that can create the whole universe.
Especially if it's a what? I didn't hear.
I always say the word dot, but a
Dot.
point of existence. Yeah.
Well, it's true. And Richard Feynman from NASA said that. He said you could put all the energy of the universe into a thimble. So we find that the thimble is a symbol of the universe. And you say, well, how can you pack all that energy into a thimble? Well, when you put stuff in a package, and let's say you put air in a balloon, so the containment of that balloon is the balloon itself. But if you were to remove that balloon and the gas that's inside, it will no longer be contained to that field. It'll expand. Why? Because that gas is all magnetic and it's going. So it becomes bigger.
Creation. Well, thank you. Thank you, Alex, for beautiful pictures.
Well, I hope it's making sense to you. Claudia had some questions here.
Hello, Alex. Thank you,
Hi.
Gail. um, thank you so much. It's one of the class I understood a little, but makes sense for me about the momentum. And a question that I had a long time is about the reason that increase the number of human beings and the other beings on Earth in the last, for example, 500 years ago. We have more beings now. And my questions could be, is the motion of the planets, the momentum of the planets about the wanting to give more, is increase the gravitational emotions of the planet that increase the number of beings here?
That's correct.
But this will, for example, will change in the time and place position. Will be like a limit for this.
Well, yeah, but we're not anywhere near that limit.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to ask the question, why? And why is not a question, why is the answer? So I agree with you, we are attracting more, but the rate that we're attracting is a very slow rate. So how can we change that rate? So what is curtailing our paradigm change? What is preventing us from going through this change? So clearly, there are some who don't understand the rules of the family, the humanity family, and they are undermining and working against it. And so that becomes the question that you have to ask with respect to your family and your environment. So we all need to take care of business at home so that we can be more helpful on a community level. It is from there that we gain the momentum that we can increase our spheres of influence. So if each of us were to do that in our own small way, and because it's a small way, it's not hard to imagine that each of us could double our influence. If you're solo, one more, and you have a partner, and now you've doubled your influence. Well, if all of us were to double our influence, that gradient change, that change in momentum would be far, far stronger than the suppression that is going on right now. And then the question becomes, if humanity is suffering, then those who are enforcing that suffering are also humanity. Oh, what exactly are they trying to achieve? Because if you take from humanity, you're taking from yourself. But that doesn't make any sense. And so by your definition, if we were to achieve the totality, the complete gravitational taking, what happens at that point? Then the gravitational becomes exceedingly large and the magnetical becomes exceedingly small. So on a pH scale, you're not talking about 6 and 8, you're talking about 1 to 14.
Yes.
And now you're at the extreme. Well, guess what happens? Guess what happens? Now the momentum has to flip. So, you know, if you're working hard to be more gravitational, then, you know, there's going to come a time where that road is going to come to a dead end and you're destined for failure. And that's what's confounding, that this whole thing is destined for failure. And so why is that? And it has to do with our knowledge, not understanding that the momentum that we feel is not just on what we take, not just what we achieve in physicality, but what we feed to our emotional strength. Because our physicality is an inertia field byproduct. It is a byproduct. It is not what's created. We can change the byproduct by changing the ingredients, by changing the design, by changing the recipe. So it's the recipe that makes the product. And it's the chef that knows how to use the recipe to make the product. And both the chef and the recipe can change. So who's in control? And you say, oh, well, you know, imagine if you're the dinner and you're complaining, I don't like the way things taste. Yeah, but you're the dinner, you're the product. You are not the chef and you're not the recipe. So, you know, your complaining is falling on deaf ears. That's not where your focus of attention should be. Then either change the chef and give them more capability, or change the recipe by improving it. And so how do you change either one of those? By giving more to feed that, to increase that gravitational strength. So if you increase the gravitational strength of the chef and the gravitational strength of the recipe, well, guess what? You will increase the gravitational strength of the physicality. But that strength is not all muscle bound. That strength is a balance between the physicality and the emotion. And we know that the emotion is a language that both the soul of physicality and the soul of man understand. So don't go telling the souls what to do from a physical standpoint. You have to welcome. You have to be more welcoming, to encourage. So it becomes an attitude adjustment.
This is so beautiful. I remember Mr. Cash saying, like a comparison, if you have a pain in your lumbar part, you have to move your fingers on the foot. So you have to go to the small and not. And you said about the family, go to your family, it's a micro, it's the same macro. And you change. Oh, so beautiful.
But we
Thank
need
you.
help. We need help, and the science needs to give us that help, because we have a inertia. You know what they say inertia is, without the energy or the movement will not change without an external force. But there is always an external force, because you can't maintain the momentum without having an external force. That external force at least creates the field. But by changing it, then we can change the outcome. And we realize that what we've been doing for thousands of years is not working. It's not working. So we don't need to dwell on it. Whatever you give your time and attention to, all the problems, that's not going to change. But what we need to change is the emotion that is overriding. We need to change the momentum. And how do we change the momentum? One player on the team can change the momentum. And it can go two ways. Either that one player does something that is spectacular and everyone's, oh, wow, here we go. Or a player from the other team says, oh, you know what? We are going to impose our will. We are going to crush you. Really, what happens when you make something smaller? You increase its density. Think Jack in the Box. Think popcorn. Yes, we can change the momentum two ways. So it becomes a very tactical way of maneuvering, because the tactics that we've been using so far are not working, because they've been physically feedback dominant. So now we have to enlist the services of our soul and ask it to provide, and be direct. Ask for specific things. But when that specific thing is, understand it has to be in a plasma condition, because that plasma condition has to interact with an environment. So if you're wishing for a product, you're missing the point. You have to wish for the assistance. You have to wish for the purity, and you have to wish on behalf of the environment. So you want peace and serenity in your family, wish for the benefit and welfare of your family first. You will automatically get your wish fulfilled. And that's the difference between when you go home or when you go to the bar to drown your sorrows. I'll have a whiskey, please, because the home life is unbearable. I want to be transferred to a winning team. Well, that winning team's not going to want you because you're already a loser. So think like a winner. And the only way a winner can win is when the team around him wins as well. So it takes two hands to clap. Thanks, Claudia. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much. Mhm.
Any other thoughts, comments, questions, rebuttals, or the like?
Thank you all for allowing me to present. I hope you're enjoying these series. We're getting a chance to talk about some things that um, we don't talk about on a regular basis. And we need to understand that we're not all scientists, we're not all academics. We all have our skill set and we all have our environment, and we all need to do our thing our way. And so we're all trying to impart the tools that will help each of us navigate our own course on the plasma highway. So thank you all so very much, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
Okay, thank you again. Alex, is there any other thoughts, comments, questions? I know when I did a little bit of transmutation in the reactor group, I didn't feel any momentum at all. I went to 3 different places, but yet it was instantaneous. And even in the craft, I'm thinking, you know, if they have a shielding around them, if you were in a craft and you took a turn at 20 Gs, would you feel any momentum, or am I missing your point on momentum?
Well, this is the thing. We are looking at momentum as something in the physical context only. And so we're trying to calculate the momentum. And so, yeah, you know, when you change your direction, you know, you talk about G forces and things like that. But, you know, there are craft that are flying around in our skies that can seem to turn at right angles, and they don't slow down and they don't speed up. It's just one moment they're going one way, next moment they're going another way, and they're going at such speed that is incredible. And so, you know,
Right, and the occupants don't get thrown up against the wall or anything, do they?
well, you don't know that. The thing is that they are not suffering. It doesn't seem that they're suffering any damage. So they're operating on different rules, right? And this is the amazement that you know we're having. So we say, okay, well, we can't explain it mathematically, so therefore we better not talk about it. But you know, it's there. We have thousands and thousands of witnesses around the world. You know, so what are you going to say? And so in that process, we're losing credibility. So what are we going to do now? Are we going to change, or are we going to let the tumbleweeds get in our way?
Right, I was thinking when you sleep and you go to different locations, let's say, Do you feel any momentum when you change scenery? In other words, maybe you went to see the grandmother and then you went to someplace else and then someplace. Is there any momentum sense in that process? I've never noticed any. Not that others may feel sensations, but I don't think that momentum exists in the transmutation. It's instantaneous.
But again, the momentum is a conservation of energy. So you have to take into account the fact that you're moving. Okay, the discussion on momentum seems to take into account as if you extricate yourself from the universe. The fact that you moved is fundamental, is a fundamental manifestation of momentum.
Did you move or did you connect? This is what I'm thinking about the guy in
It's not either
Linz
or, it's both.
who was on the moon, but we didn't see any momentum there.
You moved.
Yeah, we connected.
Yeah, but you moved. Yeah, you connected. You have to move. You have to move plasmatically.
Okay.
The measurements of momentum, the way we have been taught and understand it, is physical exclusive. We have a momentum in the plasma highway where you can move wherever you want. Now we have the awareness. How is that awareness going to affect your momentum? You gave it no thought before. Now that you have an awareness, now that we're discussing it, now you are giving it thought. The giving of the thought is contributing gravitationally to the momentum. And as we go through the transmutation training process, and it gets more and more intense, right? It becomes more and more dense. It becomes more and more gravitational. It will be easier and easier to go through the transmutation process. That's a fact.
As
That
I said,
momentum will be
thank you.
overwhelming.
Thank you for sharing your understanding.
Yeah, take that.
What are you having for dinner tonight, if I may ask?
Listen, I have been grappling with this problem with moment arms and angular momentum and all that, and I just can't understand it because I'm only looking at it in one dimension or two dimensions. But you know, every dimension there's a falling down, and that falling is comes in conflict with acceleration. This has been something that has been bothering me since high school, actually. And you say, well, is it that big a deal? Yeah, because nothing has made sense. It was a nice subject to talk about, but it wasn't the glue that bonded everything together. In fact, it became a side road that, you know, oftentimes went into a ditch. The thing is that there has to be a consistency with respect to the plasma science, and there has been. This is the thing. Once you have a theory, and once you disprove that theory, it's over for that theory. Forget about it. But there are aspects of it to learn. So when you're looking at the momentum, it isn't just the angular rotation. It isn't just the angular momentum. We have to understand that through the movement, there has to be an increase in density. Has to be, because you're going from one to the other.
If I knew more, I would say not really, but I don't know more.
Well, Mark, if you're at home, okay, you are contributing to the density of your home. And then you decide to go to the grocery store. You have now diminished the density of the home and you've increased the density of the grocery store. Anytime you move, you are changing the magnetical gravitational field forces within that environment. And that's the part that we're missing. We're missing what is our presence in the presence of the environment. We're just looking at our presence and we're saying, okay, our presence, excluding the environment, we have a conservation of energy. But you can't exclude the environment, because if you exclude the environment, then you just don't exist. Because where would you be? You always have to be somewhere. Where exactly would
You can be in 1,000 different places, as I
Right.
understand it. I can leave the home and leave energy there to maintain that density and still go somewhere else.
That's beautiful, you see? So now you understand how you can be a fragment of the complexity. It's perfect. Well done. A plus.
No, I like mine rare, Alex. Okay, are there any other thoughts, comments, questions? I'd like to play the new tomorrow and then the final disclaimer when we wrap up here for today. Again, another gift from the creator in so many ways. But this came out of this meeting. I think Lisa made a beautiful video. We haven't played it in a while. And again, this is the gift from the creator that it's going to allow all the created beings to transit between the two dimensions. And I think this is a very beautiful video. This is one that Mr. Keshe had delivered, I think in 20 or 21, when he came into one of these meetings for the North American Corona team at the time. We've transmuted our name as well. All the groups have. So if are there any other thoughts, comments, questions, issues, something you'd like to raise, please open your mic. I want to thank you, Alex, and every other participant and attendee that was here today. I'm sure the souls were quite active interacting, even though we didn't hear a lot in the physicality, but I thank those who voiced things. So definitely there's a lot of movement going on the energy level, if we can say that. Maybe not as much as in the physicality or speaking, but that's fine. We call that the silent line of communication. And this is the way the teaching is going across the universe. I think he's talking about creating a system from his voice and projecting it into the universe, which is going to make a big difference. Again, I don't fully understand that, but most of the technology I haven't fully understood. But we know where we can find it, and we know we can find more and more of it in the Keshe Foundation store as the days, weeks, and months move ahead. If no one else would like to share anything, then I'll take the screen. We'll play the video and the final disclaimer. The meeting will come to an end. Any others? Okay, Alex, I think you've fed everyone quite well today. They seem to be all satisfied and, in a way, satiated, although I'm sure their hunger for more continues, as this knowledge will never end. So thank you all for joining us and making this meeting, and thank you, Alex, for delivering your understanding and sharing of the technology.
Pleasure, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take the screen and we'll move ahead. This is about a 7-minute video and then the final disclaimer, but it is, again, one of those videos that are just so put together with the music and the understanding and what the creator's been doing and working in the background in a way. I think it's quite beautiful, and we thank Lisa and her team in Australia for creating it. Okay, let me just take the screen.
In the world of creation, we had the two extremes, except in the case of the Creator and Mitra, where we could never bring the functionality of the soul within the functionality of physicality. We had the physicality hidden within the soul, or soul within the physicality, or in conjunction of the two, one would never have the understanding of the totality, where we could transit but exist in both directions. With the new cycle, this is what Einstein said: when you turn one atom, the other atom changes. This new dimension will blow that field which commonly exists between all the cells of the universe into that position, which means all the created things, as a gift from the Creator in a way, become able to transmute between the two dimensions. There's a reason for this, and it's taken a long time for it to be done, and it has reached its pinnacle and it will be completed. It's already in the process of being completed. Was to take from the essence of the soul of every created things of the time, beginning of time, an essence of the creation of the soul or the center, and create a new creature which carries all the essence of the created in the new soul, which can with it go from the soul of the Creator to the soul of physicality of Mitra. This is what the whole knowledge is. The Creator is the universe, and Mitra the dimension of physicality and its behavior towards the dimension of physicality. And with a new system, every creature in the universe will have the understanding of the capability to transmute between the two. This has a lot of implication for all races in the universe, because now they all become the same. In the coming time, we will see even change in the position of galaxies, position of universes. Many systems will move due to the changes which has been brought. Man doesn't have that knowledge as such to monitor, but we'll have the knowledge to see, we'll have the time to see that with the new fields, as we call it, a lot of things will move in the right position to keep that ability to change between the two. That you don't need to kill to keep the physicality going, you don't need to steal, and the soul does not need to be encaged or to escape, to be out on its own, to be able to confirm its existence. And this this process will complete very soon. That the whole of universal community will be able to have the benefit of the two, both in the dimension of energy or matter, which never existed. When we released the soul, we had to get rid of the physicality. You call it death. When we brought the soul, you had to give it the physicality, and you go through the dimension of the birth, and then you have the whole commotion of bringing the two. With a new system, both soul and the soul of physicality work together in the existence of dimension, we expect a massive change in the physical characteristics of human race in the coming century. Because we change into the emotion of the physicality. The way, as I said many times, but many never understood, Indians and Pakistanis were the same, till one chose to take different kind of energy in the other one, and we see the change of the feature. Now, with the balance between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of man, many of us will change feature, without a shadow of a doubt. Man will change the faces of anger, man will change the faces of hate, man will change the face of warmongering, because we get satisfied in the fields of it. And this is part of what will be and what has already started, and the completion of will be the birth of Mitra. Physical completion of birth of Mitra in a physical dimension, not in myths. And then we have the soul of the Creator, which the two will complete the cycle. And then, as I said very recently to one of the knowledge seekers, then we'll see if Adam will eat from the apple of love and giving it. And then we'll see how humanity will change. And the whole creation will change. We are at the verge of that change. Much, much closer than anybody could think of, not only a human race.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.